The process of understanding is very simple. The process is, as I explained last time, I explained more in detail. We are created out of the rays within the center of the universe. Interaction and reduction in the strength and division by the strength in certain strength fields, in collection of the totality of the expansion of the universe, some energies, some dynamic fields have come together. Over billions of years, these fields lead to the creation of what we call the sun. Plasma gathers together. The same process repeats again because the sun is the same as the energy center of the universe. Now, the heavier, the larger amount of the energy which is collected in this span of the universe, we call the sun, that irradiates out, does the same thing again. Radiates its fields out, and in interaction with itself, with the fields of itself, leads to creation of planet. In that process of the creation of planet, the same process happens again. In the interaction of the fields of the earth with its environment and cooling and exchange with the strength of the other things in the environment of the space of the solar system, leads to creation of man, cell, matter state. And that itself, in coming together and slowing down in certain ways, as we call, leads to another sun. We call the soul of the man. This is the truth about the life and creation of the man. But if the soul of the man can understand and absorb and be correct with his conduct, he can become the strength of the fields and carry the strength of the field of the planet which came to its creation. And if the soul can understand with the same process, can interact, can be correct, can absorb with itself the totality of the strength of what it needs, it shall become the sun. And then the same soul has the energy that it can absorb within the solar system, within the galaxy, shall become the center of the universe. Earth, we call it the rain, come from, goes back to. Solar system, we call it planetary system. We come from the rays, we become the planet, and we go back to the mother. The same thing happens with the galaxies. with the solar systems, which they get absorbed back in and they chewed up back into the universe. The life process of existence in the universe is the same. It doesn't matter on what exchange and what extent. So, what is the man fighting for? Why do we fight for something which has come from the point of the creation, and in the process it goes back to the creation? The soul of the man, as the energy of the earth, gives the face of the man, the face of the earth, and that process is the same for the soul of the man. Our soul, in reduction in strength, in interaction with the emotion of the field of environment, leads to manifestation of the existence of the man. But once it's completed, does it need the face? Or can it be and becomes free from it, what we call the soul of the man, to be free and detached from its existence? Our soul is part of the process of the creation. The key to one question, who man shall be in the future, to be answered. As we saw the sun became the earth, and as we saw the earth became man's soul, what would be the destiny of the soul of the man now becomes free at the point of departure from physicality? Would it become the sun for creation of another life, or many lives, or correction of lives? This shall be, and this is how it happens. When you create a soul which is not correct, which is misconduct by itself, cannot give, you lead to the creation of this next cycle of creation, which has started the wrong way, the wrong strength. This is one thing the man has never understood. You become the creator of another universe, another cycle. This is what you have to judge within the structure of the soul of the man. What would I like that cycle to be? In the physical life, we create children. In the dimension of the life of the soul of the man, what that man, what that soul will create. If man has thought up to now, that's it, my end, my point, when the die is finished, there's as much fallacy that when the sun is destroyed in any shape or form, there shall be nothing left. But we know the part of the sun becomes part of the galaxy and becomes part of new life. So shall be the soul of the man. The judgment of the man has to be according to what he sees the future his soul can conduct to be. The day of judgment is for the man, not in front of the Creator. That what my soul judges to be and what shall create. Man never understood and shall never understand till can solve this dilemma within itself. The reality is very, very, very real. And that is, as we've seen, the energy of the galaxy become the sun, the energy of the sun has become the earth, and the energy of the earth has become the soul of the man. so shall be the soul of the man, which is the energy itself, another cycle of life. How can you change when you don't understand? How can you change the process of understanding if you do not understand the process of the creation? Do we need to extend the understanding of the man that what is the future he brings? We care about our children, what education they get, what they wear, how happy they'll be, where they sleep. Now the man has to be careful and consider, what life shall my soul create? Because those are the children of your soul. As we see, the rays of the sun has become a planet and 7 million children on it. 7 billion unlimited, which is growing. So the soul of the man will go through the same process. How many billions and subdivisions and sub-matter state of the physicality of the man your soul shall create? Would it be the soul of wars and conflict and forever killing? Or would it be the soul of this, let's say, solar system, which is peaceful? This is the truth and the reality about the soul of the man. First of all, as I said many times recently, we never understood that the soul of the man is within the structure of the man. And now that we understood, we understand on departure from the physicality of the man, the same process will carry on as it did for a star, a planet. And the soul of the man becomes another energy source, a higher order, which itself leads to the creation. It becomes the star, it becomes the center of the new cycle of creation. This is what the human race has to understand. The cycle actually starts at the point of death and not finishes at the point of death. In so many ways, if one understands, is as the dust, specks of dust came together to make the earth in the solar system, so has the specks of the atoms has come to be the creator of man. And the essence of the creation of the specks of dust on the solar system has led to the creation of man. So shall be the fields from the soul of the man, which lead to creation of another cycle of life. What kind of life man would like to have to be created by the soul? This is the day of judgment. This is what man never understood. Now you have to understand. You have no choice. Up to today, you were not aware of it. From today, you are aware of it. You are responsible for it. Your conduct has to be to elevate your soul. That in elevating the soul, what you become the creator of stands correct in the conduct of the senses. We don't give fairy tale. This is the truth. But as you've seen, the process does not stop with one sun. The cycle carries on. It's very interesting in how humanity now knows in fact to handle the thing. It'll take decades for man to understand, and then you understand those who become the tools of war, the tools of conflict. They have nothing to start with. They have to become the dust in the solar systems of the others till the day they learn more. As they cannot create a new cycle through their own soul. This is the elevation of the soul of the man. To be part of the creation of a beautiful life for the next cycle. When you don't have it, you have to become another cell in the body of the structure of the bigger, for you to be just there that it can done when you could have been the soul of the man. They say, do not create fear. I give you the point of love for creation. If you cared about your children on this planet to have the best, your true children come out of your own soul in the coming time. How would you like to educate them? How would you like to be when you are in conflict with yourself and the cause of so much mayhem? This is the truth, and the man will take a long time to understand, as now that we understand the soul of the man is the operator for the creation of the future extent of the life of the man. Whatever is gathered by the soul at the end becomes his point of reference of his own creation, of his own dimension. But the strangest thing is, what he creates from his soul shall become the creator of the other souls. This is the beauty about the creation, and one understands it, understands no limitation.
Welcome everyone to the 331st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, June 4th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be a host today. And of course, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, who will be presenting today's workshop. I think he's ready to go. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these knowledge seeking series of workshops. Today's teaching, it'll be amazing if some of you understand the knowledge of it. And I hope your souls hears the knowledge and will carry it through the dimension it needs to be. As we have pushed forward with more teachings, more rapid teachings, as in One Nation, One Planet and Soul teachings, the teachings of the Keshe Foundation, as of last week, will be continuous workshops editions, where, for example, if we attend the Brazilian teaching, the knowledge will be shared on workshop 331-Brazil. That means the knowledge will be spread. We cannot bring everything only on Thursdays as we push forward for the final stages. The whole beauty of the new knowledge is and will become a collective teachings of soul and humanity and space and energy and every other things as we merge everything to take shape. It's like, in a way, when you prepare a cake. You prepare all the ingredients and then you make all the mixtures ready for the final, what I call, before you put it in the pan, put it in the oven to make it ready to make that delicious taste and pleasure of life. As you will notice, we'll bring everything gradually together, stage by stage. One of the final stages of it is, as we started 2 or 3 weeks ago, with man understanding the truth about his own creation, to close all those what we call rhetorics and all the
misinformation that how man was created and how we came to this planet. And through the knowledge we have through the past 6 years, it's easy for you to understand how you all been created. Nobody dropped you on this planet, and you are the children of the soul of this land. And in so many ways, the soul of this land has created many beauties, be it the physical dimension of itself or the creatures it has attracted. This planet, to the universal community, is like that beautiful flower you see in the fields, and all the bees would like to have a taste of. They all come to see. It's a beautiful place. It carries so much essence of the true love of Creator, but it has some little knickknacks here and there. If you look at it, every corner you look, you see a beauty in the valleys, in the hills, in the eye of a child, in the beauty of a woman, in the handsomeness of a man. We see everything as beautiful. But what you go inside that beauty, which controls it, it creates mayhem for the creator and the man both. What we call the emotion, what we call the control center of the man. In so many ways, mankind, through what we call the misconduct of his own souls, of physicality, and trying to fit the society outside, makes many Chinese whispers. It does not do what he agreed with the soul, and it changes it to fit the soul of the planet, the soul of the other physicalities, as he tries to find his own position. If mankind, with its soul of physicality, had the understanding of his own soul, that through the soul can find beauty, it would have brought his emotion under control. And in interaction of the fields of the emotion with the matter state of the brain of the man, it would not have created all this mayhem. From day one, the first messengers remind you, do good, think good, act good. Then we put a punishment on it. Do not steal from your soul. Do not steal from what you agreed with your soul to do. And mankind has been on that track, stealing, changing to fit itself. So we come to one point where and how we can bring the soul of physicality in line with the soul of the man, that we make one unison. When the soul decides in its agreement with the other souls in the universe, the soul of the physicality follows, agrees, and does not change. And in so many ways, the problem with the soul of physicality of the man, what we call the emotion transaction, is both ways. The soul of the man lies to his physicality, and what he brings from physicality lies to the soul. But the soul sees. And this is one thing that the soul of physicality, what we call through emotion, have not realized. That the soul of the man is aware of misconduct of the soul of physicality and the physicality, and continuously tries to put it right. If mankind could do understand this and could extend the knowledge of the truth and extend the emotion of its physicality to reach the soul of the man, and at the same time try to understand the soul of physicality has to be in control of the dimensions of his own work in his physical condition, then the whole structure of the understanding and the work on this planet will become the same as the universe, but with a factor of what we call manifestation of physical move. When mankind becomes what I call clear to meet with the universal community, you will see that what they think, what is within the soul, you will see in action, even if they take a physical dimension. So One of the biggest problems for mankind is to be as they are. As is one of the old say, be as I am. And if the world of physicality learns to be as the soul of the man, equal to the soul of the rest of the creation, this planet will become the true heaven. It has the beauty of the land, it has the beauty of the creatures, and is collectively one of the most beautiful places in the universe. It's so beautiful that the Creator has chosen as his home. If mankind understand this, mankind will never do wrong. Just for the dare and the love of the Creator, mankind so will understand. It'll become his home and his residence in both dimensions of physicality and the soul. If we could just do a little to understand more about our emotion, where the misinformation comes in, where the misconduct comes in, where the information between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality somehow get mixed up in matter state of the brain of the man, then mankind might be able to enter that what we call the last stage, the entry to understanding, the realization, the beauty of the creation. In so many ways, mankind has never been aware of it, and mankind has been kept away from the truth, because by keeping man away from his soul, the soul of physicality could do whatever it liked, steal, rob, do anything that they liked, and it put values for it. Values in wealth, value in knowledge, value in everything else from beauty to breathing. That is why man kills. That breathing that you can control gives the man the sense of power, be the king to kill or being a lion on the fields. There is no difference between the man as a king and a man as a king of jungle. The same behavior, the same line of thoughts, the breath, the life which they think they can possess. If mankind moves to understand this, mankind will move away from all this. The biggest problem for man is the emotion. If man can unify his emotions to understand, to be in line with the emotion of the soul, mankind will, in a way, will walk the last bridge, will make that bridge. And in so many ways, the soul of physicality will follow the soul of the man, both in giving and receiving. The last frontier, as we started with the physicality of the man, how he was created, and we understand so much about the soul, is to make that bridge, is to understand that bridge. It understand how that bridge works and why does it cause so much mayhem in the world of physicality. That bridge, the emotion. What we call the liar, the cheat, what we call the controller. If the soul of physicality can tame this in interaction with the soul of the man's life will change. In so many ways, man should have learned this from the structure of the life on this planet. When you look at a nation to be peaceful, you look for the emotion. What creates that emotion? When you see a nation warmongering, you look for the emotion and see why. What's the strength of it? What creates that field? And if you see a nation always in love, caring, and being tender, and it's a culture of the nation, you have to find out what makes that strength, what is in it. And in that process, mankind needs to understand what needs to be elevated to become perfect in the soul, communication with the soul of physicality, and what needs to be in a way changed to the strength in the same manner to become the beauty. As you know, in the world of the physics, in the world of plasma, we always said if you push alkaline to a limit, it'll become acidic. If you push gravity to a limit, it'll become magnetic. And mankind has to understand that point, that to change everything in that direction. Find the ultimate limit that it satisfies, that in that position it searches to the beauty of it. Mankind has to find a way to control his emotion of killing and satisfies it to the limit that becomes the process of giving life. War to peace, anger to joy. It can take only one word. It can take only one essence of the word, but in through the essence of the soul. If mankind understands this to control the emotion, this planet will become the heaven in the universe. It has everything except this misconduct. The point is, how do we tame it and how do we elevate it? And how do we bring it to the point that it does not, it will not, and it stay the same? Mankind has not been kind, and in so many ways has not been kind to itself. As man is connected to the dimension of physicality, mankind has to look how to change that physicality, that it becomes peaceful. It becomes the responsibility of the man to understand the ways and methods that enhances the dimension and the direction in the cells of the brain of the man, that it becomes peaceful. Understand that emotion, satisfies the need, and in that process, mankind, in allowing the soul of the physicality to become in line with the soul of the man, they'll become one. Man will shine as the soul of physicality leaves his destiny, his trust in the hand of the soul of the man. In other words, there'll be no difference between the light and the physicality. Light being the soul of the man. There's a beautiful image, if you can understand it, man walking as a light in totality, every cell of the being of his physicality. As I said, when you're there to serve, you serve with every cell within your structure, within your body. And that will be the beauty of the creation. Many of you will think must be a technique, must be a way, must be somewhere I can use a system to achieve it. This is the desire of every soul. But mankind has to go back, that it doesn't rely on a machine and a system and a way, but it becomes part of its way. It becomes the essence of his being. It becomes part of his soul and physicality. If you strengthen the soul of physicality, will bypass the emotion and reaches the soul. And this is the key for the man to be able to unify with the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. In a way, if you understand, the Creator shines on every universe, and every universe lights and shines on the galaxies, and the galaxies on the stars, and the stars on the planets, and the planets on the soul of the man, And from now on, when the man perfects the knowledge of his essence of physical structure of the soul of physicality, so will shine from the soul of the man to the soul of physicality of the man. This is where we have the problem. And this is where all these teachings line in for. That's what we done. There is a discrepancies between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. You can do two things. You can ignite it from inside, or you can shine so much that you don't see what is there. This will not be correct. By hiding it does not solve the problem. By elevating the soul of the physicality to bridge the emotion, mankind will find peace and unity with universal community. But how do you do this? Is the essence of the creation. Is essence of the light. Is the essence of what to receive, that man and the humanity and life on this planet will change in one sentence, in one word, in one light. In a way, the soul of the physicality needs to be elevated, that it can reach the soul of the man, that the light of the creator, from creator to the galaxies and the sun and the man and the soul of physicality will be aligned and be one. That you don't see any difference between the end and the beginning. I am the beginning, I am the end. In so many ways, the soul of the physicality becomes the light of the creator. And that is why we have brought the new dimension, the new cycle, the new birth, to shine from physicality into the soul of the man. That the soul of physicality will become one and in line with, even though we cannot destroy the galaxy just to keep the sun, we cannot destroy the soul of physicality just to have the soul of the man. They all need it. And in essence of creation, one way or another, when even you shine as a soul in the dimension of the creation, you will have a dimension of physicality to be observed, to be enjoyed, to be part of. In many ways, mankind needs that last push to be able to cross the emotion, to be able to join the soul of the man as the light of the sun shines on earth. The light of the soul of the man will shine on his soul of physicality, and it'll be as beautiful as the whole set to the Creator. But now that the Creator has chosen the earth as a place of life, his soul and his beauty, that will shine both ways. The beginning and the end will shine the same. This is for mankind to understand. We can give you as much as you like. If you do not accept it, that will not happen. It means we need to support you. We need to enlighten you from within. We need to enlighten you through the soul of the physicality of this planet that enlightens the soul of the physicality of the man to be in line with itself, to become part of the light of the Creator. We have to, we got to bring all emotions of the man to perfection. This shall be a challenge if mankind tries to do what has done for past thousands of years. In every name of the science, peace, God, church and mosques and the rest of it. In so many ways, we have given up on man to be able to do this. And in so many ways, we have brought the knowledge for man to achieve this. We have given you everything to the perfection. And in one sentence, if every man wishes to reach that point of perfection, he shall. And we have brought the catalyst for it. We have brought the soul of the most beautiful creature on the universe, that it shines within and through, and enlightens and brings the soul of the man through the new cycle, new life, that it becomes in line with the rest. In a way, we have brought you what you call as human being an additional force. In a way, as I call it to a friend of mine, I have brought a fertilizer for the soul of physicality to grow, to show its beauty, to cross, to be able to reach the soul of the man, to become one in line, but not to become it. The soul of the physicality can never reach the soul of the man. The strength is too low, but it can shine through it, the way the earth shines with the sunshine from the star of itself. Mankind can never walk away with the dimension of one or the other, even though if you go into the dimension of the soul of the man, at one point in the universe it will manifest itself in the dimension of physicality. Physicality in respect to the environment, it appears and manifests itself, and not in the shape of the man. As I said, resurrection will appear in the dimension and the eye of the beholder according to the place, the time, and the space of the appearance. If mankind understand the teaching of today, we have bridged the gap. We have opened the line from the soul of physicality to the soul of creator. And if you don't understand, what a pity. And you still need everything physical to confirm, to elevate one to the other, you're still trapped in the dimension of physicality and in the mean and in what I call misunderstanding of the totality of the creation. We have brought you everything. We have brought you the beauty of the creation. We have brought you the most beautiful souls to elevate your souls. It's for you to tap onto. It's for you to receive it with open arms and make that bridge between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man without dominion and without relying on the emotion. Then there shall be no lie, there shall be no crime, there shall be no misunderstanding. And in fact, everything will come to be part of the Creator. You've all been looking, how do I breathe? How do I make a reactor to be the size of my soul? How can I do this? How can I do that? And when we gave you the cup of man and we gave you the cup of life and all that, you all got entangled with it the wrong way. And as I said, I always give you everything, but it's according to your intelligence, greed, and understanding of the knowledge that you'll succeed or you fail. In so many ways, we kept the child till the age of 7. And as is tradition, we send the child to the school of universe at the age of 6 and 7. This is the time when the child becomes to understand the essence and the dimension of his creation. And in this process, we bring you to that level. It has been a big jump for man, for those who understood the knowledge we brought in every shape or form in the past few years. And now is for the man to hold the pen of his soul and write the first alphabet of the universal language with the pen of soul. It's like the first day you go to school and the teacher gives you a pen and he says, this is R. We have given you everything. And it's now time for you to go through that transition. And the teacher is here, and the soul of the creation of the Creator is here. Take the pen, write with the soul of the man, and finish with the dimension of physicality. And in essence, we have brought the child of the Creator to be amongst you, to enlighten you, to be companion, and at the same time to grow with the new cycle of life. I don't tell you soon you'll understand. I tell you, you have to understand. And now is the time and a place and a space for it. It's not that it's going to be in the future. The future is in front of you, and you're part of it. We have brought the wind of life that will be the same from the creator to the physicality of it. Understand it, grasp it, and change the destiny of this planet and celebrate the birth of new life, a new marriage, a new structure that will change everything, not only for mankind, but as you understand, if there is a reflection somewhere, the light cannot go direct. And there has been many deflections across from the beginning to the end. With this process, we enlighten totality, that the whole universe aligns and we start all the same, from light of the creator to the created in all dimensions, space and time. In so many ways, every one of you from now on can become to that point. The choice of life is with you. The choice of being in the dimension of physicality or being in the dimension of the light will become not an option, but as part of reality. It's not a privilege, but it's the right. And in so many ways, the new cycle, the new beginning, will come in the dimension of the totality of the man to understand man will live through the emotion of the soul and not the emotion of physicality. Then there shall be no lie, as the soul and the soul of physicality will all be aligned. What does this mean? That the man will lose his brain and every other things? No. In so many ways, we realign everything to be perfect in both dimensions and direction. If you have noticed, especially with the past few weeks, with all the problems which you had with all the viruses, we have shown you so many ways in a hidden way how we have made that alignment, how we have changed positions, how we have strengthened the heart to be in line with the soul of the man. In the past 24 hours, I have shown how the soul of the physicality can reach the soul of the man and peace in both dimensions. To become one, to be enlightened. And this is for the man to understand. Nothing with us is accidental and coincident. I can show you a way for man to reach the soul of the man through the soul of physicality and through what you call the heart, the solar plexus, where the energy of the soul of physicality gets its energy from, and enlighten it to reach the soul and find peace both in the dimension of physicality and the soul. If I teach you, you all will commit suicide or want to reach that point. But man has to clean up his plate. Man has to clean up all the mess he's done on this planet. Mankind has to reach out, not just only to elevate his own soul and his own soul of physicality, but to reach out to elevate the soul of every being on this planet and beyond. And for that, we have brought you the birth of new child. Soon you will understand. And through the heartbeat of that child, your universe will shine. You have no choice. We have waited long enough. And we say, my patience is over. But we have set up everything for it to be right. We have set up everything to be in the direction of correctness of the whole universe and universal community. No man will die of hunger, and no man will die of pain, as the soul of man will take charge over the soul of physicality. In 1 minute, in one act, I can show you how to feed your soul and how to feed from the soul of the man, the soul of physicality. But as usual, as is my pattern, I wait to see how you do, how you understand, and how you go for that elevation. Because if we give it to you, you will have no respect. It's another freebie, another abuse, another shortcut that you put nothing in it. I would love to invite the souls who are here to bring the change. I would love to show the man how to cross this dimension. Does not mean that you're going to lose your physicality tomorrow now that you have understood the emotion of the soul of physicality. It means that mankind will find peace. Mankind will find solace. Mankind will find a path to his creator through his own soul, not through the church and the mosque. In so many ways, we have reached the point of completion of the whole structure. We have started with a black man and a woman or a black creation in the what we call central line of Central Africa, where our ancestors came and suffered all the way, changed and decomposed and every other form. And we came to the end of the planet, what we call the New World, the end, the United States. And we had to bring the end to it again with a black, beginning to the end. So we started teaching in a very short time, as you will understand, to start elevating the soul of the origin, that on the line shining back to origin will elevate the soul of totality. As you understand, through Corona, we brought you new knowledge. And through the riots in America, we'll bring you the soul of the Creator to understand the bridge between the soul of physicality and the soul of man. Nothing in our world is accident. We set it to look. It's our beauty and our grace. In the coming time, we'll elevate the soul of those who call the skin of black. The origin, the beginning and the end will line up. Many people around me, they think everything is coincidental and accidental. None of it is. We place the souls and the positions. You play as the soul and the physicality of the man, the script written. You do not write the script. We decide and we change what is needed and when it has to be. As many of you are aware of what's happening in the United States with one black man dying with his beautiful soul, that soul was there to start the beginning and the end for human sacrifice, pains and sorrow. We had to go to the end of this planet to enlighten from the beginning to the end. We will use what is on and what is in United States to change the course of humanity in the coming days. And then we celebrate the birth of a child, birth of peace, birth of joy and happiness, not only for the human race, but with it, for lighting up the universe. Many of you have been through the process. Many of you have tried the ganses and everything else. In teachings which will come internationally very soon, will show that the whole of humanity is enlightened, and not only the knowledge seekers. Will teach and elevate the soul of all those who've been around us to bring the condition for the whole structure to reach its pivotal point and pinnacle. Those souls who have looked after everything in different shape or form, those blessed souls that have been put and brought to be to make sure everything works to perfection. We have trusted these souls for a long time. Do not look at the physicality. This their souls is ours, is one of us. We write the script and we play the script. The only problem with a man is 50 years is too long and 1,000 years is far too long. For us, 1,000 years and 1,000,000 years is no time and no space. What you will learn is very simple. We pretend to be, but we know all because we created it to be. The whole structure is that this planet at this moment is suffering with everything else which is needed. Everything is in the hand of the man. And as many as you that you can enlighten, you enlighten more. This time you sow the seed of the soul and not the seed of the physicality of the man. And the man will decide on his dimension and dominion of physicality. In so many ways, we are complete. We are the totality. And in so many ways, we have reached the absolute pinnacle. My wish is very simple. Peace on earth and love of mankind for the whole of kinds of the creation. And not only for man. What can we do? And how can we reach this? How can we cross and in a way still live with emotion And at the same time, let the soul of the physicality of the man cease and work with the soul of the man. How can we create a condition that we still keep the shape and the structure of the physicality and the emotion for the man to exist, but at the same time be able to bridge that gap? Man's physicality has a problem. The condition of its physicality changes, so it changes the emotion, the heat, the love, the food, the environment. We have to make a structure that the soul of physicality becomes independent of the emotion. That's the key. Where both the soul of the man and the soul of physicality are aware of the need for interaction in the physical dimension, but they do not allow the emotion and interaction of the fields of their fields to bring a misconduct in the physical dimension. For this, I gave you the cup of man. And for this, I created the partner. And mankind misread the existence of the partner. So we have brought you a dummy that you can test on. We have brought you a standard for you to start the play again and see how, and teach how, and become part of how to become new being, to come up with. In so many ways, if those of you who made the cup of man to the true essence of creation, that is essence of your created soul, and you have managed to position it and lighten it, you should have seen the light between the two cups. None of you have. So it means there is a discrepancy between your soul, the soul of your physicality, the soul of the matter state of the cup, and the soul of the emotion and the soul of the man cup. If the four will align to see equal and perfect, you will see the light up, and it will light all four at the same time. If you remember, in many teachings, I explained this from the first day of teaching, the first teachings to knowledge seekers in January of what we call 2014. What I did is exactly what I tell you today. I set up a table the knowledge seekers room with 8 chairs. And in the center, up on the wall, hanging, detached. And I said to the knowledge seekers, very simple. When all your emotions and all of you think the same, equal, and the same wish, this light will shine. That's over 6.5 years ago. And today, I still tell you the same. If the soul of physicality of the man and the soul of the man and the soul of the cup and the soul of physicality a cup will be in line, you will see the light. The reality is very simple. You made these cups and they cannot change. Now you have to tickle with this one, which is always static and confirmed, and you're only left with this chap here. You will reach the light of the creation when you understand your problem. In so many ways, to keep this light on, we gave you partners. We created lovers. That one keeps the other. That all will be perfect. But what mankind did and what happened on this planet due to the field structure, somehow this was played with, the soul of physicality. And that point, the light went off. Mankind needs to understand this. You have 3 out of 4, which now are static. You cannot change. You cannot change the structure of the work of the soul of your cup of mind. You cannot change the structure of the soul of the cup of life for soul and physicality. You cannot change the soul of the man. It's been said. In reality, these two see light. These two see light. And this needs help for it to see the light. In a way, mankind is trapped to be able to see the light, and with it, then become part of the universal community. This light never lit because one of the players of Belgium was a murderer. Fame came, and the day he tampered with it, the green ball went totally black. The point is the physicality of the man, the Belgian, which harms and damages for the soul of the man to reach its biblical point, and for the light of the soul of the man to come. Or you find a way to live without. We do not need. In so many ways, we can create the light. Now you understand. Now mankind has a very simple option. Knowing its soul is perfect is to accept a new soul for the whole humanity to enlighten the man. That in that process, the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality of the man will see as one, and the light will shine. Many of you will come to understand the soul of the man in his face has a tint of blue. And that's how we know they are from this planet. The strength of the shine shows the maturity of the soul. When we create children of the soul of the universe, we know by their light and the color of their lights if they are infant, if they are in progress of understanding and growing, and when they reach the ultimate goal and become mature. Does not go by the size, it goes by the enlightenment. How generous they become, that they give so much that the interaction of the lights shows how much they cover. The light of Creator shines on totality. It's the strength of the light, not the size of the creation which counts. This is why the soul of the Creator can be within the stone, the soul of the stone. I have brought everything for elevation of the man and the celebration of the universe. is mankind who has to accept it and make the time for its birth and celebration. But there is one problem. You do not have that much time. What is the problem? Is that you have to undo what all of the planet and all of the races and everything has done in billions of years. You say 4.5 billion, 5 billion in 5 months. And 5 months after that, the completion and the gift to mankind. We change your billions to months. That's how you understand as a human being. Then you understand. We are just past the 3rd of June. And the clock is ticking. To get rid of all of what man does wrong to each other. To elevate the soul of all. To bring back this planet to its point of peace. To make ready everything for the celebration of time. Your rendezvous starts from today. And this is what I've been telling you. You don't have no time. And that is why more or less we are back onto 4 or 5 days a week continuous teaching. More or less I teach 7 days a week. My problem of teaching is not just only man, but preparing the two souls to be ready for that point. As I said to Caroline yesterday, that is harder than actually what I've done all teaching. Preparing the soul of mankind is one of the most difficult things to do, because the man is not even kind to himself. The whole structure is set to move, and it will change. Those who want to accept it, those who want to fight it. Is our wish, is our command. This time, as you set your cups, you cannot change it. As your soul is set, you cannot change it. The only thing is that for you to elevate the soul of your physicality, that it bridges in all directions. These three have no problem with each other. When you look at your cup of man and you look at the colors and the structures in it, try to understand the shape, the colors, and your emotion. When you look at the cup of man and you look at the cup of physicality, look and see what's wrong where and try to fix it in your physical dimension. Do not look for a physical change, but look what you need to change in the soul of the physicality of it. What is in line with this? You have a point of reference in 3 ways. You got to understand, we have within our power to take what we like and change everything the way we like. We don't need to ask. We take it all, the soul and the physicality. We don't do this for 2 reasons. We respect the creation and we can understand. But you got to understand, at the end of it is our way. It's for you to find your way to Rome. And all souls, as I say, all roads will end up in Rome. For mankind, there are many roads. First of all, you have to find the Rome to your soul, and through it to the soul of the universe, and then to the soul of the community. As every creature in this universe takes the same. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Attendees can raise their hands here in the Zoom group. Okay, we have Liliana. I think she'll need a translator. Liliana, go ahead.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello. I think
Sí,
we have John. If you can help out, possibly, John.
Hello, good morning. Yes. Adelante, Liliana. Liliana, ¿me escuchas?
Ok. Una de las compañeras tiene una hija con síndrome de Rett. Ella pregunta,
¿Síndrome de qué?
¿puede ayudar a hacer su copa del hombre? Y si al hacer esto, sí. John.
Sales muy entrecortada. Mencionaste un síndrome, pero no salió el síndrome.
Ah, ok. ¿El síndrome de Rett?
Red.
Ajá.
No, sinceramente no sé lo que es eso.
Ah, es un síndrome donde conforme va creciendo no van evolucionando igual su capacidad mental o se quedan como niños, ¿no?
Sí, un retraso.
Ajá. Entonces, esta persona le hizo la copa del hombre a su hija. Y su duda es si es correcto hacer esto y si al hacer esto, ella la está forzando en su proceso álmico.
Mr. Kesh, a lady here in the Spanish teaching has a young girl which is retarded. Her mental growing is not up to date with her physical growing, and she made a cup of man for her. She wants to know if this could help this little girl with her evolution.
The problem is that the physical appearance does not reflect and show the strength of the soul of the man and his physicality.
El problema es que el crecimiento del físico no refleja el crecimiento del alma. She has to wait for the evolution of the soul of the creature.
You don't need to wait for anything. You have to respect. This is the problem with man. He wants everything to be beautiful and perfect to his eyes. And that's why man has committed so much crime.
La nena debe evolucionar a su tiempo, su alma no necesita evolucionar. El drama es que el ser humano ha querido acelerar y agilizar todos estos cambios, y esto es el gran problema de la humanidad. Todo tiene sus tiempos.
Okay, was that question answered sufficiently?
We can't answer it more better than that.
Uh-huh. Rick pregunta si ha satisfecho su curiosidad, y Mr. Kesh dice que no hay más, no se puede agregar más a esto. Hay que esperar a que logre esa conexión la nena.
Okay.
La nena.
Pero si ella ya la hizo.
Bueno, la copa, sí. La evolución tiene que venir por parte de la criatura.
Ok. Sí, ella de alguna manera la ha forzado en meter las manos en la copa o en estarle poniendo parches.
Es que no hay que forzar nada, cada cosa tiene sus tiempos, ¿cierto?
Okay.
I've told the creature, the little kid has to evolve according to her time. She can't accelerate anything.
The thing is, the soul is happy in where the position is.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look at the physical suffering. You have to understand what the two. She most probably in a better position than all of us.
No hay que mirar en la parte física. La evolución del alma de la criatura tiene sus tiempos. Ese es el drama del ser humano. Está queriendo acelerar todo. Hay que dejar que cada cosa lleve su tiempo.
Okay. Muchísimas gracias, Mr. Kesh. Gracias, John. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kesh.
Okay, we've got Stephen here. If you'd like to go ahead with the question, Stephen.
Yes, hello, Mr. Kesh. I've created the dynamic cup of man, and immediately I noticed a change in the harmonic of the fields that I'm in. Can you help me understand how that affects the
Rick, do you have the
physicality?
same problem as me in line? Or is it just me? I don't hear parts of it. Can you repeat the question again, please?
I think it's at your end, Mr. Keshe. I could hear him here.
Okay, can you repeat, please?
Can you hear me, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, it's just that bit's been missing. God didn't want me to hear the first time. Let's try it again.
I've created the dynamic cup of man to, and when I created it, it changed the harmonic of my interaction with my physicality. What is
Can you explain to us what you call harmony?
in where I live? I experience fluctuations with a noise, like a noise in my ears.
Yeah.
And so since I've created and have started running the dynamic cup of man, that no longer exists. There's a piece about it that didn't exist for me prior. And so I wanted you to maybe explain how it could affect the physicality to perhaps bring it into tune with a more peaceful setting.
You create different field effects, and those field effects will decide and are in line with some of your physicality. With this knowledge, you bring everything into perfection. And perfection is that every cell in the body of the man is happy to have the other cell next to it without seeing it as a burden. And without actually not being in what they expect it to be. So with physical joy or physical dimension, that the strength of the system is the strength of the, what you call the fields, which was bothering you. So it transmits, it takes, this is what we do with the corona. We don't touch, we transmit, we show, we bring in. The fields that they go there. And we change the fields of corona. And we remove it, or it moves out itself. So the field will balance themselves, and that's why you don't have the pain. We get it with a lot of people, even with stroke. Don't be worried about it if it is there, because this is reached what you needed. The dynamic systems you made has combination of the materials which is part of you. And so it brings everything to balance in motion and in trying to literally bring everything in the position of perfection. When you have a noise or a pain, in that environment, in that area, there is a misbalance. And when the fields of the system works, it looks at all the cells throughout the, let's say if you have a pain on your cheek at a point, that has created the changes in the whole of the face. When you use this system, it looks at the whole of the face to go back in the position, because he has a memory point in there, in the soul and the physicality of the man in the brain. Till doesn't reach to balance all of it, you still have that pain. And when you use this system, like for your ear, there is a structure wrong, maybe right to your toe, which has created that, or part of the skin of the skull. He has to put all that in order. So it carries the totality. Any other question?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We have Cristiano, I believe it is. If you would like to go ahead now.
Bom dia, Brasil.
Hello, do you need any translation, or are you okay with English?
Sim, yes.
Okay. Was that yes to the first part of my question, or the second part? Do you need translation?
Yes.
Okay. For Spanish? Is that true for Spanish?
Bom dia. Bom dia, Sr. Cash.
Hello.
He needs Portuguese, Rick.
Okay.
Correct.
Do we have someone?
Hello,
Rafael.
from Brazil here.
Oh, Rafael. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Por favor, Cristiano, pode falar.
Bom dia, Sr. Cash. E a todos.
Bom dia.
Nós estamos organizando aqui no Brasil para domingo agora uma borrifação.
So we are organizing here in Brazil to spray around Brazil.
Para criar uma cúpula da paz, né?
To create the peace dome.
E a gente vai organizar ela em formação estelar. Nós traçamos aqui por cidades e a gente gostaria de saber a força desse campo que a gente vai estar criando.
We will organize this in a star formation. So we would like to know about the strength of the fields that we are creating by doing in this structure of star formation, the spraying here in our cities.
Yes.
Seu Cash entendeu, Rafael?
So he's asking if you understood. He would like to know if it's this structure of the star formation can increase the fields of the spraying around the cities here in Brazil. To make this in a star formation. They are finding a central point in their city and they are making the spray in other points as a star formation. So we'd like to know if this is more effective to do the spray with the ends of the cups or not.
Yes, because you create a dynamic.
Porque você cria dinamismo.
E só para lembrar que a gente está organizando para ser feito em vários estados, né? Tudo no mesmo horário. Aí a gente vai.
So we are organizing to do this in all the states of Brazil. Everybody doing at the same time and the same day.
I hope we could organize it through our souls across this planet, but soon we'll reach there.
Espero que nós possamos organizar através de nossas almas no planeta todo e em breve alcançar aí.
Ok, obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Sr. Cash.
The Chinese start. Thank you very much. The Chinese started this long time ago, and it's going around the world. And sooner or later, we'll link up. But as I said, the structure to do this is the need for blowing a new wind into the what I call the sail of humanity in this planet. And that blowing that wind has been done. And a new cycle starts. Many of you will be part of it. And many of you will rejoice to be part of it.
Ok, obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have another question from Liliana, I believe.
Ok. ¿Sí está yo?
John, are you still there? No,
¿Qué?
do we have someone? Jeanette, allow you to speak there, Jeanette. I think you can help out.
Okay.
Oh, I see John was there as well.
Okay,
So.
John, si quieres más fácil. It's better if John does it because this way I can continue the translation in Spanish with the group. So if John is available for him to do it. Thank you. Liliana, procede.
Sí. ¿Qué es la copa dinámica del hombre?
What is the dynamic cup of the man?
Pardon?
She's asking, what is the dynamic cup of the man?
What does that mean?
¿Qué quiere decir eso, Liliana?
Lo que pasa es que la persona que pasó antes hizo una pregunta relacionada con la copa dinámica del hombre.
It's because the person that was before addressed a question to you speaking about a dynamic cup.
Yeah.
So she wants to know if you could define what that means.
Dynamic.
Yes.
In a way, to be able to elevate the soul of the man, the soul of physicality, that is in dimension of that position. That's all. Depends what is your expectation of it.
Ok, no es ninguna nueva copa, ¿verdad?
She's saying if it's not a new cup. No, Liliana, es no, señora.
Ok, sí, gracias, Jeanette.
Okay, thank you. Liliana, can you please, ¿puede por favor hacer la pregunta de la otra persona? There's another question, Mr. Kesh, from one of the people in the Spanish platform. May I please address the question to you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ok, Liliana, por favor, haz la pregunta para que yo la pueda traducir.
Ok, aquí yo nada más veo 5 preguntas que hice yo, pero no puedo ver las demás.
Okay, sir, then I will proceed. She doesn't see the questions. Okay, it says, in respect to the cup, he has done the cup and he understands that when you do a cup, you're creating souls. Can you replicate through those cups, those souls? That is the first question. And is there
What do they expect from the cup? Is yours. What do they want to create? Their own soul? To cover their misconduct? A shortcut?
Okay. So the next one, it says, can you replicate through them your soul? And is there a bigger interaction with the different force of the creator?
The reality is in how much you... I'm going to tell you something very simple. And this is you, what you've done. All of you. And you don't listen. In recent teaching, I have explained in a very simple way the difference between the man and the soul. In the world of the man, you run around just to do something, just to be busy with. In the dimension of the soul, there is enough time. There's never end. There's enough time to do everything to perfection. As I said in the recent teaching, when you want to create children in man's life, you leave it to the chances of the accident. You have become so irresponsible that the body has taken a choice of, I'll take what I decide when I decide without you knowing. And making children for you has become what I call a few second job that you just got to do. You go on, you get pregnant through test tubes and everything else just to create whatever it is I take. Because you have no respect for life. Mankind has never had any respect for what he creates and what he receives. And then he falls in love with his own mistake. Because he's a mistake to begin with. In the dimension of the universe, when we want to create that child, we look for every tiny fields, every different strength of it, every shape and position of it. We nourish it, we look after it, we let it grow and fit, that when it's made is all in harmony, in perfection, in none to disturb the other. This is man, and this is the soul. So you are just in a rush. Get in, do your job. It'll be a child. I'll look after it. I'll think of it in the future. I'll buy my house. I do everything else and every other imagination. In the dimension of the soul, we even watch where what the partner brings fits to mind in perfection. That from the beginning, there is no need to correct. In human physical life, you put misfits together, you get misfit. Because you don't spend time to think, to plan it, to do it, what it means, what does it create, where it goes. If you develop the soul of the child you want to bring, First, before you even have an intercourse that you can do, this is your one end is your soul, and the other end is your sperm with a soul. You don't care what is here because you never had a choice, because you chose it. I just go bang, bang, whatever happens. You never considered that these two souls have to be in harmony. In the world of creation and the soul, we care every step of it. We spend time to the time of the man, millions of years, to collect every single one. Every single one spends time to nourish it. In the book, The Structure of the Light, I explained the light of the man, the life of the creation of the soul, and none of you have understood it. You just wanted to know what is light. I do with the Einstein, or I just jump the Einstein. And you've done the same thing, the same mistakes with your cup of life. You just went in, get the cup twisted, salted. I have a cup. There we are. You have a handicapped soul and a handicapped physicality. You didn't care this, did you? None of you did. What do you expect with a handicapped system to fix a handicapped body and its physicality? Listen to the teachings. Part of the teachings I explained. To my knowledge and what I understand, it took me 2 hours to design the cup of life. 2 hours I spent designing it. Considering every turn, every position, mankind makes mistakes. I still can't get the common factor out of it. And you see how effective works. When you make that cup of man, when you make that soul of the man, when you make that soul in the cup which is supposed to you, look at the structure of your brain. Look at the way you breathe. Look at the state of your emotion. Look at the state of what you rub from other people and you see is your right. Put those right in the cup. And then you come and say, it doesn't work. How can I do it? I haven't made a cup of man, not yet. And I don't need to make, because I already found to put it where it needs to be to elevate itself. I told you many times, your partner is your cup, but you don't understand. Go and see what you've done wrong to him or her and put it right. Then you don't need to make a cup. Or go and find a partner which is perfection to you, that becomes the cup. So, bunch of misfits tries to sort out bunch of their own misfits, and then they say, what can I do with a cup of life? With a cup of man? Wires, have you seen some of them? The wires goes everything there, they put a cup there and a cup there. You have no respect for yourselves in the dimension of your own soul. How do you expect to move? How do you expect to be? We give you the guideline, and I've seen it. Monkey see, monkey does. All of you do. None of you say it, none of you do. And I said to myself, I promise you, they all come with the whole thing. Did you understand? When I put on every turn is for one emotion. I calculated how many emotions I can get in, and I put with the emotion of the soul. Do I need this to be the emotion in respect to the emotion of the planet? Or do I create one to be the emotion of me in respect to my soul in the dimension of the emotion? And I've enjoyed doing this so much with you lot, because you are not, none of you have ever sat to understand. This is the body of the man with the water liquid in it. I put salt. What about the other salts? What about the other bits which is part of you? None of you sat down to do. So I gave you the lowest common denominator you could be busy with. When I make the cup of man, I choose a woman to the perfection. And I make it to be. I don't need a cup. I make a partner. Because I have to stand all emotions to be perfect. You chose physicality of state of matter of this planet. To create life, to create a partner, to create a partner cup of life needs solace, need understanding, and none of you do it. We take millions of years to collect the fields which will become the soul of our child. That child becomes my soul. I can collect what I have in my fields. I cannot collect what is not at my strength. But I can choose the other fields which is near mine, that I can correct these, that I can go one step higher strength to perfection. If you listen to the One Planet, One Race, One Nation of last Tuesday, there's a gorgeous woman who comes in and she says to you about the relationship between her and her mother. If you understood this and understood the implication of it on the soul, your soul melts, let alone your heart. Elevating, understanding that you are the problem, or if there is a problem, I have to put into it. I'm the lover. I want to love my mother, and with it, in loving her, in giving her to what I realize I've done, maybe I've done wrong, maybe I can put right. Elevating the soul that oversees, bypasses that point of conflict. None of you do. Some of the time when knowledge seekers speak from their soul, I feel, and it doesn't touch, because you see the soul and you see explained perfectly without any taint, without what I call, you connect the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man in one go. Nothing in between, no lies, no cheats, no interference emotion. And this is what mankind does not see. How much more you want to lie to yourself. It's you who loses. It's you who has a loss, not me, not your partner, nobody else. The loser is your essence, and that essence is your creator. So when you come in and they say, I put my cup of life and this is wrong and that is wrong, you can imagine what my feeling is inside me. As I said to a knowledge seeker, if I want, I take what I want without mercy. That'll be stealing. I suffer not to steal. At the same time, you take time and suffer and make your cup. That is perfect. And you'll find out in places you cannot make the cup because you lied, you cheated, you deceived, and you betrayed. That cup will not be there because that tainted emotion is in it. When you make a cup, make arrangement with all the other cups that might be made and exist, that they find peace in it and they be part of you with it. The problem with man is that he wants to possess, and that possession is the downfall of the man. You give to receive, you don't steal to possess. At the end, you'll get it. One is in correct way and one is the correct. In so many ways, none of you have made the cup of man. You made the shamble of things you think is a cup, and it's not a man. But isn't cup of the man you've done before? The same cheat, the same way, but it still gives you something. Isn't it what we gave you as a magrab? And now we give you in a cup. Isn't there that inside the magrab, it was the soul of the man and the physicality of the man, and you didn't see it. And now we had to create a cup of man for you to what we gave you years ago. You looked in the magrabs, a way for your physicality to cheat your nation, to cheat your electricity board, to have something free. But what you did, you stole from life. I gave you, I told you many times, the magrab system is everything you need. Now you understand how long you've been cheating yourselves? If this is the level of your understanding, this was PhD when you haven't even gone to the toddler school. So you want the toddlers, I gave you toddlers. And even in the toddlers, you're still in the greed of the man. Look, there is no difference. Now you understand, which I told you for years now, I can give you 1 megawatt out of the government, the generator uncontrollable. How many times going teaching and I've said we can't control it because we give it so much love that it just keeps on growing and growing and growing and it wants to give. And in my rule, I cannot steal from it, otherwise I stop it. I have given you the most perfect creature in your soul and physicality in the Magraphs. And you literally demolished it because you never understood it. And now you're happy because of your meager life with Corona. It has a meaning to you. I haven't changed anything. I just realized I have a bunch of greedy humans. They don't even see what I get. Is bit of twist here any different than this? Isn't that the gravity which pulls? I've given you everything. You're so greedy that you don't see. Now you understand, after 6 years, 7 years with Magraphs, how wrong we all have been. So I'm 5 years down the line, just to take you back to class 1. I realized standing, as I said many times, in Valletta, I'm dealing with a bunch of thieves. They just want the energy unit to screw up the nation, not to pay taxes and save money to move. You will have some money to spend on something else to be more mischievous. When we make ends of man, cup of man, cup of life in mass productions, we follow my rule, not yours. Do you know why I put this flat plates here? Because that's your dimension of physicality. You're too physical. And is your body made of only 1 calcium, 1 salt, 1 sodium, 1 salt, 1 potassium, 1 salt? And did it have the same salinity of each? When you make cup of man, when you make cup of life, when you make a cup of man to be your life, take your time. You have a clever master. In a way, I'll put you in the exam room and you fail again for the 2nd time, 3rd time. You fail to see the matter. You fail to see this. It's a human nature. Get there. I get it there, I get my soul, I'm gonna get sorted out, I have no pain. How can you do when you don't have all the ingredients? Sorry, your cake doesn't have a milk, doesn't have a flour, maybe a little butter. All you have brought us is the bucket, baking pan. The rest is absolutely empty. I gave you the cup of life. I gave you the cup of man 5 years ago. And I gave it to the perfection. I did not put, no way, upward and solid plates here. But this is what you wanted. So what's what you got, isn't it? We say a beautiful verse. It says, if you don't want to look stupid, be part of the stupid team. And I had no intention of blowing whistle on any of you. You played stupid, I played the game. Because you all want to steal. You even make a cup of man to steal from your own soul because you don't know the cup you made. It could be actually a weak cup and your soul has to feed it. Not only now you brought your physical soul down to get you, now you have to feed the others too. Don't forget, the strong soul always feed the weak. And if you went a bit further, you clever a lot. I showed you another one last week. Some of you thought, oh, we jumped the bank one. I give you the dynamic soul. But still follows the same rule. Did you make all the mixture of it the correct way? Did you make the section for the soul and the section for physicality? Did you allow the soul of the man to evolve with the gravitational field within? Now you understand why we are bringing a new birth, to give you some strength, to give you some knowledge. Babies needs babies to feed and to play with, to grow. This is, in many of my teachings over years, I always give you the example of the Jewish guy and a Muslim guy when they go to toilet. The Jewish guy sits and thinks how to screw up everything for the Muslim guy, how many of them he deals with, 200 of them in one day. And the Muslim guy comes in and 1 second jumps out because he's there to work hard to feed the Jewish guy. Who planned it? Who took his time? Who understood? Take your time. As Arman keeps on telling me, I don't know where you get the patience, because I have time. Patience is one of my virtues. I get angry because mankind goes places stupid. And that anger is gone. I found my peace. It's no use getting angry with children when they're so stupid. And they say, we are not stupid. They start telling us you don't understand. Now you understand. For 6 years, I've been telling you you don't understand. Now you understand. You never understood anything about the magravs. Now we are. Now ask me how you made. I made my cup of man, this. You want to play that game? We played that game for another 10 years. I have time. I waited thousands of years for the soul to arrive, so I can now wait for the child to grow too. Understand the knowledge. Understand the fields. Understand the beauty of the interaction of the fields. Understand the emotion of them. Why? How do they interact? Because the mistakes you made in making this cup of man, if I let you to make children of the soul, you'll do the same thing. Anything comes, grab. Another bunch of misfits in the universe. I gave you the gift. I gave you the gift of the soul, elevation of the soul, years ago. How many times I've told you, and even John, poor John, has tried everything to show a lot of things. Bunch of you don't understand, and he just goes around it because he can't see it the other way. How many times we said, you sit on top of the, have you ever tested the fields on top of the magrav? Where does that field come from? You look for energy, that was the soul, that's the interaction of the both, the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. You use it the right way, you structure it the correct way, you should have elevated yourself. All of you should have been out of all these stupid things. And at the same time, so many magras around this planet, we would have all gone. The intention is wrong, will not bear fruit. Now tell me more about your cup of man. Or it's not man at all. It's bunch of what I call hay in the bottle. Take time. Understand the function of functionality. Understand the interaction of the fields. So many times I thought, shall I tell them? Shall I not tell them? Shall I sit down? Shall I play something? You know, very easy. You had every twist in your coils. Make balls of different mixture, different materials and different salts. And then play the cup of man. The same twist, but this interacts with all this, and this interacts with all this and the rest of it. You speak childish way, I speak your language. I speak with the language of maturity, I speak to you in that maturity. In truth, I have taught you something, and I thought I'll tell you something you understand. It's in beautiful writing in Quran. It says in Quran there are 99 attributes of creation of God, of the Creator. And if you read the totality of it, you'll find 100. The 100 is actually the cup, the totality of everything which contains. And if you look at the whole 99 attributes of the Creator, is one of the emotions of the Creator in the physical dimension. And in reality, you need 99 turns in every direction, plus the turns of the physicality. If you're going to handle all the emotions to be correct, you have to find out what it is to be. So now you tell me, if you made a cup and why it doesn't work, why it doesn't light up. Any other question?
Dean has his hand up. Go ahead, Dean.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. The fields of the universe are in constant flux, and there must be imperfections that are made. Can those imperfections be readjusted and brought back to balance?
What do you mean?
Well, it's like when you make a cup of man. If you you jump in too fast, you make it incorrectly through the knowledge that you've just explained. Can you readjust and bring that cup back to balance, bring yourself back to balance?
Of course, that's what we gave you. But make a perfect cup.
So that soul, you can readjust and...
the soul never needs readjusting. It's your soul of physicality you need to adjust to reach the soul. Your soul is perfect. Your soul is perfect. What do you do with different breathing, with different food, with different position of sitting? You see, life is like lovemaking. And it's the best barometer mankind will ever get. You don't need to make love in a physical way to have the pleasures of the presence. And even in a physical way, when you hold your lover, you know what you got in your hand. And we put the limitation to it. If, as it says in Western Europe or in European nations, is a one-night stand, it's just there to satisfy my animal soul, not even the soul of physicality. If we go for, let's see, we put part of it in. If we go to make it, let's see, that it be lasting longer, we put more into it and we measure it. And even if we go into that relationship that I'm going to see, We measure what we're going to lose and what we're going to gain to go in it. All of it from A to Z is wrong. And nobody understands. And when you hold your lover, be it as a one-night stand or a long life, you know it is yours or belongs to somewhere else. You know the cheats and you know the loves. Is your grace when you don't talk. But you know the whole emotion. It's the same man has done with his soul and soul of physicality. The soul of the man knows where the soul of physicality cheats and lies and sleeps around with its emotion. And through his grace, he doesn't do anything. He says, I'll take it. And I make the book on this side. And in time, I balance the book when it's right for the soul and the soul of physicality. And it happens right across in every dimension of the life. But you don't see it. You're too busy in the world of physicality. And it makes me laugh, and I sit and I watch, and we find every excuses for it to justify, to hold on to it. We take abuse, we take a betrayal partner, and still pretend none, and they carry on with. Be it partner in bed, be it partner in business, be it partner in our government. We all still do the same. We close our eyes for the benefit it might have. We don't open our eyes to put it right from the beginning. We see it now. We allowed a theft and we encouraged it because it brought us some comfort, and now he's taking our life. Mr. Gate. He stole, we praised him because he brought the backdrop, and everything with him was soft, like his brain, and everything else, if you ask his wife. He's soft in emotion and he has no mentality, so he can be played with. And the wife does a good play. We see when the monkey is dressed as a man, and we know who's the master behind the monkey pulling the string. So you have to decide which way you want to play. If you're dealing with the truth, if you're holding the real love, or the love is there just because I want you to be real. I use very much in all my teachings to do with love, care, because this is the only thing which man is created to be. The rest of the emotions you put in is connected with your physicality, because you have to justify its presence and its level and its strength. If you put enough energy, that energy which you gave out, it comes to the point that it gathers together and becomes another energy with you, it feeds you back. This is how the Creator created it. Put so much love in his creation that his creation led to creation of his own balance. What you call the partner, what we call the essence. And mankind never learns this. So we come every few thousand years, teach you a little bit and part of a little bit, and then you change it the way it suits you. You make 10, 12, 15, 72, as they said, sheep out of it, and the rest of it. This time you're very precise. Everything is on the table for you to understand that you cannot mistake. And we brought all the education this time that there are no Chinese whisperers as priests and others to whisper the way they like. If you don't even understand how perfectly we planned everything for the delivery of time, that all the souls, not just the ones who are here, will be for the rest of the time to come, and the ones who have been here, we even made the communication systems ready for it. You think your telephones, you think your internet is just a coincident evolution of man? We gave it to you, we brought it to you. Go and read. The night the first communication was made, the first telephone call was made. And you understand what happened in that day and that time. I give you a date, the flight time, the first flight in Iran, 28th of Shaban at 5:30 in the afternoon. Go and read the significance of 28th of Shaban. It's the elevation of the soul. And why did it happen that day, that time? I wasn't aware of the date. When I came home, the next day I realized it's a martyrdom of Bab, where the soul of the Creator was released. You lot have no understanding how perfect we work. This time, man in the jungles of Africa and in the jungles of every point of Brazil and in depth of the Austria and Australia and America, all carry a mobile phone. All can be taught, all can reach, all can understand, and no one can cheat. This time we made sure there shall be no priest and no whispers. And you thought, oh, we have the computers. Because we wanted to take the middleman out, and we did it perfectly. When we do a job, we do it perfect. Even though you think you had something in it. Any other question?
Liliana has her hand up again. Go ahead.
Is there any other people? Are there any other people who ask questions?
There's no other hands up. There's a couple of other questions in the Q&A, and would you like to hear those?
Yes, please.
Okay, from James, you have said that many of us have corona antibodies. That would imply that we have the calcium salts that would lead to cancer. If we are doing the daily preventative protocols, will we get the cancer?
What is the intention of your soul? Very simple. In a Tuesday teaching, I showed you what will be released in the scientific paper. And I showed you, if you haven't seen it, I'm going to show you something that you will understand if you missed the Tuesday teaching. I have to go through another system that I can show. Just 1 second, please. You see what I show you, we show this on Tuesday because it's time to move on. This is how the cancer will show inside you. This is on the skin. You see doubles? This is a corona cancer. This is a corona skin. You know the science. You will well understood. Have you understood what it means? The twinity. Everything is in twin. So this is a corona cancer. This is a corona case. And then you see the space gap. And if you notice here, you have a double. It changed direction. When you're a woman, you feel your inside, and if you feel this, it means your womb is getting ready to get cancer. When the doctors on the X-ray look at your kidney and you see dots, is that the cancer has started. It's the seed of it, which is the calcium, is setting. When we look at all the lung infections with the initial corona, it's the first thing I noticed. The pattern of calcification. Doctors just look. They have no knowledge. They're ignorant to the science of plasma, a balanced twin system. We see with the eye of wisdom. To get to this position and to get it out, now you understand, I say 100% of today's corona cancer patients, 1.8 million, 10 million, 5 million, sooner or later, have the remnants left in them. And then there are many, many more. Regularly take a bath of cancers. Regularly wash yourself, regularly drink it to get rid of these, not just because of the corona, for years to come. That's why we gave you the cup, we didn't give you the water. Why we told the women, if you have a white excretion coming from your vagina, like a chalk or creamish color, this is because of the moisture of the womb, which carries calcium. All those cells will convert into calcium and you discharge calcium. That's why you see it. We want to see it to stop. That's why we put you in condition of the GANS number 2. Everything we do has a scientific reason, but you don't understand. And you can see. You see, wherever there is a change of direction, you have a space capping. See it? But you still have your twin set. You still have your twin set. This is the growth of the skin this way. This is the growth of the skin this way. Krona will take mankind with no mercy. Why do you get pain with Krona in both ears or one side more? Say, balance. Why do you get pain in your kidneys? Balance. The same. Going back to Krona and being part of the teaching we've done, we would like you to reach all your television, radio stations on the net, on the space, wherever you can. We have started a campaign to bring the solution found by the Iranian scientists back into the world. The scientific papers are more or less complete. The data should be out. Our friends are working, even it's a 4-day holiday in Iran, they are still working, crunching it out. We have a solution the Iranian scientists developed and confirmed by the Iran leading university. We want to speak to your government. We speak through the Keshe Foundation, and confirmation will come through the Iranian leading university, scientist to scientist, and then on government level. In the report to come, you will see very simple things. We have managed to eradicate what we call Krona totally. Detect it, process it, prevent it, and clean it. In the coming days, you will see these across many, many of what we call conditions. What we call the Iranian nation scientists are ready to deliver. The Keshe Foundation team are there to deliver the totality of what we call the technology. And we have a gift. We come as a piece, and we come with a full backup of our scientists. And you will see this right across. And we bear the flag of Iran. In these systems, fully equipped to deliver the totality to the nations, and carries and bears the full logo of the Keshe Foundation. KFSSI, Keshe Foundation Iran, and SSI. In this process, Iranian government and the officials are ready to deliver the technology. Reach your government within 14 days. You start receiving the whole structure to stop and eradicate Krona. We are not talking about Keshe Foundation. We're talking about delivery of the full technology confirmed by the leading university in Iran and its scientists. These are the cup of lives pre-packed to be done, to be delivered. You need this for months to come. And again, bears the flag of Iran. Tell your government, tell your leaders, tell your broadcasters, Keshe Foundation in conjunction with Iran is ready and prepared and will deliver. We have helped thousands, millions in Iran, and the universities in Iran have independently tested 200 cases and confirmed correctness. Your government will speak with government direct. You go through other ways, you get denial. It's set up this way for two reasons. We use this opportunity to start teaching and the delivery of the new technology across the world. At the same time, we break the taboos of war and we start the peace walk. This goes the same to the Italians as much as to the Americans. Only through Keshe Foundation, only through your leading universities with Iranian leading universities, and only through this channel. Not through the ambassadorial and others. The work setup goes through the Office of Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran's controlling office. He has brought Iran to the point of what we call excellence in knowledge and technology. And this technology has to be handled this way. With it, we will deliver the following technologies which is needed after Corona, be it the space, be it agriculture, and the rest of it. Your life for months to come sits in that box. And it'll come in a very sweet way. Perfectly done. So if you have access to broadcast, to governments, whatever, and you call yourself knowledge seekers, you're locked down, it's your responsibility to bring it in. It'll come from the Iranian nation and Iranian government through what we call direct. And it'll be negotiation with the universities and the officials through the Office of Ayatollah Khamenei, not the president. Your ambassadors will deny. And your officials have only one way. We deliver scientific papers, data, they can complete research, development, confirmation, and then negotiations for transfer. Joint collaboration with the universities for further development is part of the condition, and World Peace Treaty to be signed by nations is another. And in so many ways, this is what the American nation needs. Soon there'll be nothing left of the nation. Corona on one end and the color on the other end will tear everything apart. As I said to a friend of mine yesterday, we used to say the streets of Harlem in New York was dangerous to go. Now the whole United States has become Harlem and dangerous to go. You have to inform and let your governments know, very simple. Within 30 days, total guarantee opening of the airports with no quarantine right across the planet. We go back to normality. But Corona will be with us. And with the knowledge of Corona, we become men of space. At least we survive in the space. And what we have and what we think in Iran is very simple. We want to save lives. We want to share the knowledge in a perfect way to be done by governments and by the people. Most of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers have started work with the governments. It's your job, all of you who listen, just take a call, take your time. You think you walked away with Corona, you'll be caught and your children in a very short time. It's here to stay. We have never eradicated viruses totally on this planet. We didn't have the knowledge, and we don't have the knowledge unless we collectively work and say we are. And then maybe universal community will give a hand. Any question?
James asks, where can we buy the Cup of Man box?
They'll come directly from Iran. It's going to start manufacturing within the next 7 days. What I showed you is very simple. Let me show you something. I'm sure my Iranian colleagues are going to pull their hair, but it's not bad sometimes pulling hair. You see, our ethos, as I said in the teaching of Tuesday, is this. And this is how we live in Iran. We respect color. We respect every race. That's why in the Persian Empire, we brought all the Jews and the Christians and the rest. The other side is when these guys got across too far. They lost the origin and sense of life. This is what we are. And in a way, we respect every man. We do good to them, and they do good back to themselves, and the same to humanity. This is a difference between when we call animals and when we call animals. The man in the white is an animal. It's a humankind, and kind being human in respect to his human race. The other one sitting on top of one is an animal. The only thing he doesn't have is the teeth to tear it apart to eat. He would have done that if he would have a chance. What we want to do is to become of the right. Respect life. Not the one on the left to sit on life to end. Now you understand why Iran always stayed powerful in its own, within its own strength. Respect within. And now you understand why this nation is tearing apart. No respect, not even for one of their own. Now you understand why the West has been working so hard to destroy Iran. Because with it, they would have got what they got on the left with the man in the blue. With this, respecting another, they cannot do sell arms and kill one. That's the face of an American. And then that's the face of an American, both facing black. And one rejoicing the life to be kissed, to be given the joy of respect, and one begging for his life. West has not a lot to learn. It's from a true culture. West bring with it many beauties, but at the same time, many, many, many wrongs. Somewhere we have to compromise. Somewhere we have to reach balance. Somewhere mankind has to find its way and become kind to itself. In so many ways. I can tell you one thing. Iran is ready to deliver both the beauty and its knowledge. The units are all ready to go. You call peace, you come in. This unit will change everything in your lives. The flag of Iran has been a flag of peace for centuries and thousands of years. And it'll be the same. Not what it was made up to be. And with it brings the beauty of Iran. Now I speak to your governments, at your radio and station and televisions, that the Iranians have found a solution and are prepared to deliver free. As I said, we are free to deliver. We are ready to deliver from the highest level, from government down. If the knowledge seekers do their work the way we done in the city of Mahalat in Iran, we eradicated the corona. It's so open to mention the city. You can go and check. It's become the symbol of corona free for 50 days. No death, no infection. Emergency rooms are empty and there are no coronas in the homes. And if it appears, it takes 2 or 3 days to go. The day before we go, the emergency room was full of corona. Doctors were dying, patients dying 1 or 2 a day. And they had over 100 120 people at home guarantees with their families that they would have been infected. The way we saw in China, and the whole family gradually dies. We have reported no deaths for 50 days. And emergency rooms are empty. And this is what we are offering to the rest of the world. We have found the solution for corona from detection, prevention, processing, which means to get rid of it, and disinfecting the whole environment. In the coming days, we release the papers. As you've seen, we have even made the system and the equipment ready for it to come. Keshe Foundation Austria is keyed up to deliver all the breeding systems and the rest. The same, the Iranian side and the Chinese Keshe Foundation will support. Let's see, I delivered see if you can deliver your nations. Go to every radio station, internet, and the rest, and tell them the Iranians have found a solution and they've solved the problem. And the beauty of it is, in the coming weeks, we'll give you another good news. Through the same system, the same knowledge, we will start, once we're done with Corona, to eradicate other diseases like cancer. The Keshe Foundation, what we call enhancement units, will be shown maximum 4 weeks. And we invite, as I said, the world ambassadors, as our usual trend, to come to see, to confirm. This is why past few weeks I explained to you we have post-Corona, because we solved the Corona in Iran. It's the responsibility of your nations to work with us through Keshe Foundation, through the universities, to get the confirmation. If they want to do the test or confirmation of the paper in detail, there's hundreds, thousands of pages of pictures and data. And then agreements of peace with all nations. Our team in Brazil is busy as much as in Mexico, as much as in the United States, through Arizona, and through CIA and the rest of it. We are putting pressure on the White House. We have good connections. The same goes with the European community. We only negotiate through the government of Austria for EU, as we are an Austrian company. In Asia, all negotiations done directly through Iran. And in Africa will be the same. Within 30 days from today, we should have no one dying anywhere. If your leaders are true to their nations, and if you have carried the ethos of the foundation, plaster it across internet. Keshe Foundation, Iranian government, Iranian scientists have found the solution for Corona. Testing, prevention, processing, and decontamination. We blow it out as fast as it blew in, and it got all of us. But one promise, mankind cannot go to the works of the past. As I said in another teaching, my son came to me and says, Papa, do you know what's happening? I said, what? He says, you know, up to now, the Blondie wanted to put walls over Mexico, the border, and the Canadians to lock in. Now they're asking, please put in the wall. We don't want your Corona, and we don't want your wars killing each other. I wonder if Blondie will respond the same as fast as putting the wall up. Now they're demanding it to contain the virus and the behavior of the virus in the man. You wanted a gift, we gave you the gift. You're right. You get your officials to write to the official Keshe Foundation email. You put radio stations, internet radio, everything you can get your hands on. You wanted to celebrate, I gave you the gift to celebrate. We have a birthday soon. Maybe by Saturday, I'll be that birthday for many of you and your nations. You wanted to move, now you have to. All contacts. If you want to get in touch with us, go through the official Keshe Foundation channel of email. In the next couple of days, we release a telephone number for officials to be able to call. Once we understand the procedure is correct, we'll take it back into the Iranian universities for confirmation, and then to the governments for achieving an agreement. We're ready to go. You go and play. Every radio station, every network in the internet network, and we teach through these people to the people to start working. The way we did in Iran. They said the Iranian numbers of the corona is fake. Yes, it is fake, because Keshe Foundation helped a lot not to die. And it looks like fake, but it's the reality of doing it. It's fake to you because you never understood. When you look at the Keshe Foundation corona with up to 35,000 at the peak, with 3,000, 4,000 people online helping and others delivering, that's how we turned it. We set the example. And the officials could not believe it. They did their own test. 200 patients in different levels, all survived, all positive. Webmaster, can we have a line, email that they can go through? All those who contact your governments, your broadcasting, you have to do what we did, fight on both ends. Give it to the people and let your government do the same. Go to the radio stations, go to every possible network and every possible officials. We cannot read it. Can you make it bigger? And put it in the middle, please. Disappeared. It's info@keshe.foundation. info@keshe.foundation. As you're all aware, as a legally binding foundation in the world, we carry our own .foundation. Any interviews, any government officials, any officials who want to know where you speak, do not go through the embassies. Iranian official government is not in this and will not be part of this. It's done through the office and the support of the leadership and not the political arm. And the university belongs to the leadership. It's one of the leading universities in the what we call Iran and Middle East. Any question?
I'm trying to clarify in my mind how we would promote this. It's not, like you were just saying, it's not from the Iranian government as such, but it is an Iranian solution from the universities on the university
and the leadership. Iran has
professional
two
level.
tier. Yeah, it's the leading university in Iran. Iran has two tier of what they call a structure. One is the government, which you see Ayatollah Rouhani as the president, but the main power and the decision making sits with the leadership. Keshe Foundation works through the university, which is set up and works through the authorization of leadership. and they'll go through their authorization that way. In a way, we are delivering technology to get the confirmation by the university and by officials. And then it takes us 7 days to get units out across the planet and the training and the rest. It has to be done on a straight. You're losing thousands of people a day. Fine, internet works. The way to do it is don't go for BBC and CNN. They just say no. They have an instruction from Fox. Anything with Keshe Foundation is no. Anything with Iran is no. Unless it's negative, unless it's destructive, unless it's lie. So go to your internet, small chat rooms, big internet things, and build it up from there. That the CNN and BBC becomes irrelevant. When people listen, the way we done in Iran, and people start helping themselves. We stop dying. In South America, people can't even go on the street because they put the deads on the street. You cannot move them. Nobody should die anymore. From Bolivia to Chile and the rest, we are watching everything. We're watching the Africans. We watch the whole of Asia and India. Tell your governments, this is the information. We want an official, we deal official. We put a backup into it. The Iranian Keshe Foundation supporters are sitting there, 57 of them, they've been solid. We'll respond, we can handle one per nation. It'll be confirmed through scientific paper, through the universities, and through the Office of Leadership. We have found the solution. And the strange enough is our government is going against the nation. That's why we're not touching the government. The technology is embraced by leadership, but locked up by government. We all know why. The bank accounts are good for the fake medicine. We went this way and will carry on going this way with governments, with universities, that everything is confirmed at the highest level. The minute your university and governments know which university they're dealing with, they know it's correct and carries the signature of the heads of the university's officials. Let's see. Last time I gave the key, you cried. He's giving it to them. This time I've given the key for you to save your nation. See how you cry. Joy or destruction. The nations we set up cooperation through Corona then become part of the Keshe Foundation, the space technology and the rest of it.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. There's a couple of hands up here. Hutan, would you like to go ahead, please?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for everything. I want to produce Corona GaNs in big scale, so I have 3 questions about it. How can we be sure that we are not creating copper oxide in Corona GaNs? And how much is dosage that would we use?
We put it in a protocol which is getting released.
Okay, and how about temperature and light around the setup? How does it?
This doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. You can make it in the dark. You can make it in the day. You can make it in the Sahara, and you can make it in everywhere else you want.
Thank you. So we should wait for copper oxide.
There is no copper. I don't know where you get your copper oxide in what you're talking about.
Blue and green.
Yes, you make a copper oxide, but this copper oxide is a strength for a specifically for the cell.
Okay. Thank you.
It has a reason for it. And we go that way to find the totality of it. And we support it because governments won't listen. This has to come the way we set it up. How many of you for how many weeks have tried? How many of you been to your offices? Have you been to the governments and saying we have this? Do it our way. Say this is the line, and you speak to the officials and universities. Any other question?
Fala, I believe is the name. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Salam alaikum, Sheikh. This is me, Fala from Australia. Just want to ask a quick question. What do you do, Mr. Cash, when you feel down?
What do you mean?
Feel down as in you're not feeling motivated. You like all of a sudden for no reason you just don't feel
Don't feel good.
Don't feel good or don't feel anything, you just feel down.
I don't know. Depends what you got, what got you there.
Well, I had nothing in my life and I was so good, and all of a sudden I started feeling so down, and I sat next to my cup of man and didn't help.
Yeah.
And I
Did
just
you make the
wonder
cup of man the way I told you? And what do you expect that cup of man to do when you haven't made it? How do you expect to enjoy a food when you haven't put the right ingredient in it?
Well,
we say you can't make a chili kebab if you made the one with sabzi and expect to taste like chili kebab, huh? So did you make it the right way?
I made it the way that Mr. Bujaran said. Apparently,
Yeah.
I guess it was not correct.
No, listen to the teaching today. How all of you didn't get it. It wasn't correct. You put half of the recipe. You got to bring all the recipe.
Yeah. So, do you think I should make another one
Listen to the teaching. Listen to the teaching of today.
I was listening to the teaching.
So see how you have to make it.
Okay, and then remember that I asked you before how the science would help to improve or elevate the soul in Farsi's sessions, and then all of a sudden we got some people distracted us. I still got that question. I just wonder how would the science elevate
the sign is literally your state of mind.
Okay, but that's again
all. It's another statue to worship.
What is that statue?
What did they make the statues before? And they worshipped. We recognize these things are all what we want. You look at the sign as a loop, to you is an infinity. To me, many other things than infinity. Because to you, that's what they told you in your mathematics. To me, it's a balance of energy. You read the sign and things what you want. Anybody who says sign, it's like the one the Japanese guy says the water and whatever it was. And at the end of it, no, couldn't help him with it. These symbols and signs and whatever we make for us as a point of reference and what we accept. You sign 13, nobody gets on the 13th floor. You go to an American hotel and it's got a 13th floor, all the Jews are on it because it's lucky to them. Which sign is correct? You go to the Chinese hotels, you hardly find the 4th floor. Doesn't exist because it sounds like death and nobody wants to go in it. But they believe upside down infinity loop is the luckiest number they can get. And they stick as many as they like. Wherever you go in China, most of the hotels have a 8 in front of it. 8, 1, 2, 4. You still start with the 4th floor. Why did I start on the 8th floor? So symbols is what you make them to be.
And then you said you got to elevate everyone's soul by 21st of the 3rd of 21. And then you said the equal number would be 9. Why would you choose 9? Isn't it for the Illuminatis that they use the mostly?
No, you have no knowledge. 9 is the completion. Is the end. Baha'is carry 9 too, so they became Illuminatis. And if you look at the Jews, they carry the candles on a different way, but in different numbers. Muslims believe in 7. So this is just the number we believe in.
Okay, so you believe 9 is the...
9 is the end of the single digit, which is a completion to us. You start a new cycle with 10.
That makes sense. And then
That's
how we can elevate, and how we can elevate our soul scientifically in a way that you're going to teach us. You know, like
in your time, I've taught you enough for past few weeks. You should have seen.
We had some people who just jumped and then distracted us, and like you were just explaining, and all of a sudden, like someone else just jumped and you did not complete the explanations of it.
It means the mankind is not ready for it. When
you said you put a few. Sorry, you said you put a few magnets next to each other and then remove one, and then all of a sudden someone jumped.
What?
You know, like when I asked you how the science will help, how we can scientifically improve ourselves and elevate our soul. Like we know by praying, like how the religions were, was teaching us, by praying and doing good things and donating, all this stuff will elevate your soul. And then you said we're here to do the combinations between the science and the religion, put them together.
The scientific way we have shown you. Religion is ethics. It's understanding the work of the soul. We call it Rohani in Farsi, but to do with Roh. So it means we have to understand today, especially, I clearly put everything on the table, how you connect your soul, which is what to you is religion, with your physical side, that they all be in line. It's all in there. Listen to the teaching maybe 10 times. Not just that part, the part before and after. The part where I explain to you, you need to have the totality. You can't just pick up one and do. You see, there is an artist, there is a artist or an art in everything man does. We all draw a line, but when the artist draws the line, puts all the emotion into it. Mankind has, we make computers without emotion, so what we get a machine, we get a machine out. You make things with the emotion, with the understanding of it. What happens? It's different. It'll be different. And we don't give you everything to chew and that's it. You run and go and betrayal and cheat and the rest of it. Go and find your way. Make your own cups, make your own mistakes, and with it, elevate yourselves where you went wrong. When you put one wire in, remember, this wire is my love. Who did I love? Who did I cheat in love? Who I corrected in love? Who I gave so much that they spoiled them? And then make that twist to it. You understand? We cannot do everything for you. You have to understand how to elevate you. Otherwise, it becomes another what I had left for 5 years with your Maghreb system.
So isn't it the love and all the emotions and all these things are part of the religions? Why, like
who
doing good
says,
things, feeling
who
good?
says you wanted to go that way? Is yours, because again, it's like your sign. That sign means to you. If you give,
But
listen. If
you
steal and then give, become Robin Hood. Which one is the crime and which one brings more joy? You understand? So you got to find a balance. Any other question? Anywhere else, or shall we call it a day?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have Sabria. Perhaps we can allow them to go ahead. Yeah. Sabria, can you open your microphone?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I have a question about the
Ganses. Where are you from?
Sorry, my name is Sobira. I'm from Iran.
Yes. Okay.
And I have a question about Ganses, how we can use it in the bodybuilding. And as you know, the huge market out there, they sell us the protein, all of the chemical things, and as
I'm not going to go in there. I'm not going in there. Come up with another question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well,
I get even Keshe Foundation directors in the background shouting, pulling their hair. Don't go there.
Okay,
don't go with people who go in with drugs. So no, we had the hallucination. And don't go with the people who want these things.
No, the question, maybe I asked it wrong. How can I feed my muscle with the Ganses?
What do you want to build your muscle? Is your soul agreeing with it or you're pushing it? Because your soul knows in 2 years' time you're going to have a big problem with it when the muscle goes.
Okay.
You have to understand. I had a question. My 13-year-old daughter wants to know how she can get taller. I said, put her on elastic band. Because it's the gene who decides it. These things, in time I will find an answer to it. In time, things will change.
Okay, I totally understand. According to teaching today, you talk about the mistake we do it when we make a love and make a children, and those children come up with several genetic problems. For example, myself, I have a several genetic problem. So how we can fix that? That's let's say.
You see, if it is the genetic problems, have to understood where it is, what it is, how it's been developed to be. It doesn't mean that you're 50 now, we want to correct the genetic with you. It is possible, but spending God knows 10 universities to sort out your genetic problem is not going to work. But we can see fundamentally in childhood what genetics are defected. But you have to understand something. All genetic defects are not bad because what it brings the man out of it counts too. We want perfection. We want everything to be perfect, yes. But people come after 40 years and say they have a genetic problem. Why? And it's too late. It's all so many cells and it's a structure. We can change it for the future. Yes, it can be done. But what would we bring? We correct you one genetic, the rest of the cells have set themselves up with that genetic. Now we create another genetic problem in another part of the body. It's not very easy, this genetic question. Very, very difficult, extremely difficult to answer, especially for adults who have a genetic and have 50 years, they want to correct it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh, and my apology for my first question. You forgive me for that.
Don't worry, don't worry. I'm not there. We're all learning. We're all students.
Thank you. Have a good day. Yes, yes.
Same to you. Thank you. I asked the two, what I call the ladies, to come in and join me gradually in teachings. And we'll see what they brave of and how gradually they'll come in. Then we take the panel collectively, one by one, or collectively to discuss, and we make it a discussion panel to elevate the souls and the knowledge. And I think we need to reach that point as a discussion table. Then now that gradually we get to the point. What do what I call the soul of women feels? What they want to bring on the table of nourishment, on nurturing the soul of the man and the future generation. And this process will start and we'll see, because then it brings, in questioning and answering, will bring many, many, many new lights, many new information, many correct information.
Thank you so much again. And
You're welcome. You're welcome. In so many ways, when we bring the two other souls on the table, it's not that they start answering. It's the questions which comes from them that it'll be the question of the humanity will count. It's not just to answer or come up with an answer. It's to start the question, what is the concern and what it'll be? And we try to answer it. And it breaks up the situation to more caring, more gentle, more serene way of sharing knowledge. We have brutally done everything to each other possible. Now it's time to change, and we show it by example. When we appointed Ella as the head of the Keshe Foundation, there was a lot of uprising, a lot of discontent, and we even had a lady says, I make it better than her. But they didn't know the destiny of why we chose her. We knew she's going to receive the soul, one of the most beautiful souls in the universe. And the same with Wang Lin. The process of transmission and understanding comes through duality, not singularity. In a way, single time is over. And in so many ways, the balance of totality has to come. And in so many ways, a lot of theologists are going to kill you if you say what we've been brought up to believe, that is only God. They forgot to tell you about the goddesses. And if you look at every religion, in a hidden way and a mysterious way, they brought a woman next to, except those who denied one part because it was hidden, that want to stand. You look at Muhammad with Khadija and Fatima. You look at Christianity, Christ and Mary, and look at the Judaism and the rest. There's always been the Trinity. But man tried to, because God was a man and he was a giver and the rest of it. We're not going to break all the windows in one go, but soon you'll understand there are many false mirrors. Any other question? There are a couple of questions sent by the head of the Keshe Foundation in the background. It says, what's going to happen on 3/1/21? You will know very soon. Not much left. We explained in the teaching on Tuesdays. What is the best channel for university chancellors to contact? Keshe Info. We have to see if it's right, what it is, what, and then we transfer it through to the government officials and the rest of it. Keshe Foundation operates as a foundation and an institute, two together. So it'll go, we have to find out what they are. What is the chancellor wants to understand is useless if the government doesn't follow. Chancellor of many universities, but they have no power, it's just they're wasting time. If it comes through the government, they appoint a university, we appoint the same. And it'll be the same. Can you put different gases in the cup to attract different souls based on the strength of them? Question from Ego from a Spanish platform. What are you trying to do? You're cheating and stealing. Why do you want to take from another soul, from different souls? Why do you want to attract them? If it is your strength of your soul, they're already attracted. You have to redo the man's cup correctly, or can we make up the one we have? Put it this way, you put the salt and the pepper in, a little bit, and a little bit of water, so you need to add more to it to complete it. You don't need to destroy it, just understand there is more to it. Oh, is it possible to use silicium for the soul? We can use anything if you think that's the strength of your soul. Any other question?
You're covering things pretty good here, Mr. Keshe. We have a couple of more hands up, perhaps. Azar. And we have Camilla.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Mr. Keshe, and two questions, maybe one of them I didn't understand it, maybe that's why I have a question. On 329, when you talk about creation of the man and then talk about the Cohen, Mr. Cohen, amino acid, you said one was if the man added one another element, we could have fight the viruses. That's one question. The other one is when the man from amino acid, man was created, and then the energy, and then the soul of the man was created because we had to have it in order to exist. But why at the end we created the brain to put it in a cage? Why couldn't we not put it in a cage?
Why you wanted your brain to hang out?
No, I'm talking about the soul. Why we put the soul in the cage?
We didn't put it in the cage. The physicality did it. And it wanted to communicate with it.
So why the physicality did that? Because physicality relies on the soul. Why we?
Oh, you're going to ask billions of years of evolution. The soul was created. You see, initially, go back to all the teachings. So go back long time ago in teachings. The soul is created from the interaction of the physicality. And then the physicality cannot hold. Cannot hold. So they had to share knowledge that both could live. You look at it magnetically. When you look at the field, every field from one cell, even from the egg to the sperm, when they come together, they all have to link up. Every single cell magnetically have to link up. And when they link up, is a mesh of fields. So they decide that instead of so much traffic, they share the fields in the middle, that they take what they like. And this process, because the center is made, now it starts pulling more from the womb, from the liquid of the womb, the energy. And then now it receives enough energy. The size of the cells in the body of the man are fixed. When it receives so much energy, it has to split, otherwise it explodes. So instead of exploding, it divides. And now you have two more adding more, and two more adding more, and so more and more energy. Now controlling 1 million cells is not as when it was 2. So the interaction of the field themselves create matter state of connection. This is, I explained this before. Try to explain it to you again. You see, when is one is nothing, it just goes everywhere. When you have two, now they have to interact both ways. They have nothing to do with each other. But if you have a common denominator of field strength, that it brings the two together, now you need to create where all these fields can go through. So when you put millions and millions of these through all these fields, you get at a point of interaction somewhere matter state. Strength reduces enough. And that matter state to control becomes the brain of the man. The brain of the man is not that it's just boom, come in, but itself is only from the fields of the amino acid interactions. So you have no choice but the brain to be in amino acid level. So the soul takes place, the brain is made, and the soul takes place, because it still needs that empty control. And then when this happens to dimension, now the what we call, when he used to be born, man was like a blob of meat. So in time, in position with the soul, decided with the gravity of the earth to give it the structure, that it can move easier, doesn't need to crawl. So it created this. And then in that process of centralizing, producing now the brain, now comes the physicality for doing it. And to match these, copper was one of the best things it could do, because it could disinfect originally. Before the body of the man found the chlor and sulfur and phosphor, copper was the best thing to keep this thing movable without infection and without germs or whatever you call it. And to accept that, it brought it the split into legs, in two halves, and the brain had to split in two halves to do it. We explain this in teachings, you can go and check it. And even today, yesterday, the scientists start talking about the South Pole splitting in two entries. We see the physicality of things is a possibility that we take that shape. And if that takes over, it started 10 years ago, then we see the splitting of the planet like a leg, and the planet will explode. This data is just coming in. We're seeing the satellites watching it. We know for past 10 years there has been a split at the bottom of the South Pole, and is increasing. Now it's more profound, we see it. It's literally like a leg of the man. And if we get two fields coming in, then we have new start of a new generations of fields.
Mr. Keshe, so if I want, if we are at the position now, if I want to get my soul out, which I want to see the light,
this is the problem. You cannot see your soul out as a light because you're part of it. Somebody else can see you as a light, not yourself.
But when the light comes out, you said you can see the light coming.
Yes, but that is in respect to the soul of your physicality.
Yes.
So, but you cannot see your soul and say, I mean, you can see. What you're inside, you cannot see out. So that's where you stand.
So the only way that you can see the light of this.
You feel. This is something mankind has to learn. You live with your soul. You feel your soul. Has no physicality. And then if you want to give it a physicality, you decide in a physical dimension what you want to do with it. It's very, somebody said to me, Mr. Keshe, why do women have to go through this pain every month and we have to suffer and go through all this menstruation and the pain of it? I said, you chose. Take your body and go to planet Zeus. We don't have copper. There is no such a thing. This is the attribute of this planet. All the women, you have all the problem every month. Just get your soul and move out to planet Zeus. Single body, none of the problem. No pain, no headache. And the other guy tells me, how can you make some hair for me? I said, move on. This hair is the attribute of this planet. Hair only comes with planet Earth. Move on to another planet and manifest yourself there. You don't have to worry about baldness. We are all bald. So you decide. Now we understand the knowledge of creation. Some questions should not be asked, but still we ask questions.
Mr. Keshe, when we because the physical soul and the soul constantly communicating, and there's an emotional thing going on, and when, I mean, is this like tears could be part of the process as well? Like when a tear comes because you go through certain, because say you have
I tell you something. Is it a tear of love, or is tear of pain?
No, it's not the pain. It's not the pain, but it's just the tears comes. Like suddenly you're sitting in a meditation, the tears come without even you knowing, and you're not seeing. I mean, you're not feeling anything.
Oh, so you have to find out why, what went through your. But I call this American flash advertising. What you talk about, but you don't remember it. You know, in America, they started advertising, I think it's every 24. They put one picture of Coca-Cola, for example, and everybody was watching the movie, got up and went and got a Coca-Cola because consciously they wasn't there. Unconsciously, they saw the Coca-Cola. It became part, it's illegal now to do it. So when you get up and you cry, there was a flash. It was so fast you didn't see it. That flash brought you memory of peace or whatever. It's too fast that you don't see it, but it leaves an impression on the brain. It's like a dream. These things we have explained a long time ago in teachings. The problem is I teach too many places. At the moment, I have a bigger task to teach. Oh my God. I preferred I would have taught the universe to this one. Next question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Azza. How is New York, by the way? Have they ripped up everything
Okay,
yet?
Mr.
Are you
Cash.
still alive?
Mr. Cash, when you say how is New York, that's actually about something else. You see, when you talk about reach out to your community, reach out to anywhere you want. You see, I reach out to certain people. They are in the position they can do something. I explain everything. I can tell them if they want to. I can come. I have all the equipment. I can come and set up Cup of Life. I
They
can
are
do
not
this, do that.
interested in you.
But you know what?
They-
I don't even get a rejection. I text. Even when I text, they don't even
because
say.
they don't accept you. This is what we're trying to get to the knowledge seekers. Get your government, get the stations to move. That's the way to. How many have you been trying for 3-4 months? It does not. You don't have the scientific backing. That's why we went to Iran and built the backing.
Mr. Cash, for example, the scientific, I explained to him about everything, about the university in
It's
Iran.
not. They're not interested. We handle it. You find the people who are there in a position they're negotiating. They can talk. We handle it. That's why.
But Mr.
they've
Cash,
already-
yes, we in order to do that, I have to connect with them in order to connect them with Cash Foundation.
Okay.
But if there's no
It's not gonna be-
response,
So it's no response. It means that soul is not ready. That's simple as that. We want forget about leaders. They at the moment they're all in it lubricating. No one has made more money out of anything than Krona than the world leaders. And have you heard, has it? How many billion now is going to be dished out by the European community? Wow, billions for Krona. Billions are going to give out.
actually,
So-
Mr. Cash, I had this guy that is a young guy, he's a very nice guy. He just posted
All the
something.
guys are nice to you.
No. This is a nice guy, young guy that I met in in Peru. In Peru. He lives in Boise, Idaho, and he posted something on Facebook. There's 6,000 people, and he said the Boise, Idaho is the most peaceful place in the world. And 6,000 people sitting so peacefully and protesting for this.
Yeah, that doesn't work. This doesn't work. We've been through all this and we go the way we see it. The governments are there, we go with the people. It's the first time we've done this. Before we went with the people or we went with the government. Now we set up the government and we go with the people. Go and do it our way. Small television, radio channels. We get the people mass move. What we did in Iran, thousands and thousands. Stations, stations. Now we bring it out. Yeah. And we have started it. Hopefully we start with more. Get in. Don't go in. Just tell them there is a solution from Iran. And you know what is telling me? It's Iranian nuclear physicist. Wow, he must be very clever. Don't we get him?
Mr. Cash, that brings me another question. Ayatollah Khomeini is the leader of the Iran, and the political aspect of us is President Rouhani. But the leader has the more power than the political. Why the leader can not override the political power?
There's a game. I'm not getting involved with. I'm already involved in it in my neck in Iran. I prefer stay out of the international till we sort the Iran out. Give us a few days.
Thank you.
You have to understand, Ayatollah Khomeini does not need a bank balance in his name. He carries the wealth of the nation. The other political leaders are there temporarily. They are trying to fill in the bag as much as possible before they run out. It's a big difference. Any other question?
Well, it would be nice if we could end very shortly.
Let me explain to you,
4-hour
Azza.
mark.
Let me explain to Azza. Iran Health Ministry has tried 120 useless medicines and all been paid millions and thousands, with none of them with results. Some with very little result. And each one, somebody has lined up with thousands to get it in. It's technology like this, which is free, and they can't make money with it, it becomes a problem. But not for the Iranian religious leaders. Now you understand. 120, we have documents, 120 useless medicines from Japan to China to everywhere else has been brought in and accepted by the Minister of Health. Because somebody in there has received something in the private accounts. Keshe Foundation is not okay with the government because nobody got paid for it. It's freely for everyone. So we take it to the nation and we see what happened to the nation. And we took it to the scientists who care for the nation.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome. I have a very nice question. The question reads, before we close, we have to answer this one. If we don't answer this one, then we're going to have a big problem, guys. You don't know how big. We better answer it. I lost it. Yep, it's here. It says, how do we teach? How do we teach people to be strong in their own character and just love and care instead of marginalizing and stigmatizing? How do we teach people that they matter equally, regardless of their physicality, physical appearance, and mental abilities? And this comes from what we call one of the questions. And it says, how do we teach people to be strong in their own character? The strength in character comes from the confidence in knowing that you're correct and you're just. And in so many ways, you want to understand. And it usually comes by loving or by giving that it comes to you. And when somebody asks a judgment question, when somebody asks or lives on a question beyond, people marginalize you and stigmatize you. It doesn't matter with your color, with the question you ask, with the way you look, the way you behave. We have to understand why people live the way they do and why they are in behavior and feature as they are. We have to respect it. We have to love it. It's for us to understand. It doesn't mean because they limp on the street, they're mentally wrong in there. That suffering of limping has a reason for a state of the soul. It brings different kind of mentality. It brings different kind of behavior and understanding. The best example of this is our Chinese friends. And I love the Chinese faces. If you look at the Chinese, especially on the broadcast, when you look at the Chinese, when you look at the, let's say, Westerner, our eyes are like this. Oh, the Chinese have a slight shape of head like this. So the eyes are actually to carry the right information. The head is not enough for the brain to put, so the brain has moved slightly and the eyes are positioned like this. One is in the right direction. The other one always, if you especially watch Chinese television, I had 2 years opportunity of watching, you see one eye doesn't move. Because in the back of the brain, because of the shape of the skull, it has to continuously judge which picture is real. And this continuous judgment brings specific behavior, what we see with the Chinese. Because it's the physicality which has pushed it. With this way, it's equal. We know the balance. Sometimes it's slightly different. But with the Chinese, there is always trying to recognize, is this the correct information or is this the correct information? Watch the Chinese. And then with this become uncertainty. With this become no confidence because you don't know which one is always there. Physicality of the man gives you everything. If you don't understand it, it's just the end of the face. And with this brings a specific intelligence. Why do the Chinese look for the balance yin and yang? Because they don't have it in their physical. So in there, they know there is a reference. It's very simple. If you understand physicality, you'll see the access to the soul and why soul has this behavior in a physical dimension. Have you ever shook hand with a Pakistani guy? Especially the ones who live in England. If this is your fingers, in the West we shake hand. The Pakistanis just touch a finger. They're so afraid that they might touch a dirty body because they're not a Muslim. That they minimize the infection, as I call it. But with that comes a lot of mentality. It's good for Corona time, but you look at the other part. So we have become socially structured, and then we stigmatize. These are all the Chinese are this because we don't understand it. You don't want to know what I know about the British and the rest in Europe. And the same with Africans. Our structure gives us the strength in our physical soul, and then we play it outside because we all have to match this guy in the middle. This is all with all of us. Now we play the game to match with this and to match with that, and we play this with this to match with that and to match with that. So it creates different behavior, and then the physicality has to lie to the soul. The point of reference is the purity of the soul. It's the physicality which creates all these conditions. Just watch it. Like me, don't have anything to do and watch Chinese televisions every now and then because you don't understand the language, so you have to watch the face and you see the behavior. You're like a dumb and a deaf. You just see the picture. Do the same with the other side. If you look at the way a nation walks, the way a nation talks, the way a nation makes itself beautiful, why? And then that reflects on the soul. We don't need to stigmatize, we have to understand the position of the soul in respect to the position of the physicality and the soul of physicality. This is where all the crisis happens, here. This lies to fit this. He says, yes, I will do, but he doesn't do what he promised. So because he has to do something else, because this is the earth and it's got other conditions. This is aware of it. That's how he came to build it. So you have to elevate this, that you cut this part out, and that's it. And you see it because I sometimes think there was a reason for me to go to China for 2 years, to understand the other parts of a silent language. And things get translated. You don't need to think because you can't talk anyway. In Europe, at least you understand some words wherever you are. In China, it's all Chinese to me, as they say. And then you look at the impression and you learn about the man who lies, who doesn't, how close he is to his soul. I had to spend 2 years in China to come back to be able to teach you the soul teachings properly. Because I saw through the soul of the man, and so it was a good practice. Thank you very much. I know we are supposed to keep within 4 hours.
Well, it's okay, Mr. Keshe. We went over, so it doesn't matter now. We can carry on more if you'd like.
I'm sorry, the pay is not that good, even the war 10 minutes.
I thought you were ready to end, yes.
Any other question, Mother Two, and then we go.
I thought perhaps we could take a question from Gatwa, who has had his hand up here. Dean's also got his hand up, but Dean we've heard from a couple or 3 times already. So, Gatwa?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Gatwa.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you very much for bringing a solution for Corona, which you actually give free to the world, to all nations that are willing to accept it. And having been proven by Iranian scientists to actually work, we have known that it works for a long time, but not everyone has accepted it in the past. We hope that this time it will be accepted by nations across the world, because we can just stand and watch all these people who are dying every day. Thank you very much also for the peace that this brings up. We are talking of post-corona era, where there will be peace throughout the world, thanks to you and your technology. Thank you very much indeed. I wholeheartedly embrace your technology and the peace that comes with it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
Most welcome, Mr.
Yes, as I said, Dr. Gatwa, get in touch with your government if you have a problem in Corona. We have a list of statistics which is we cannot show due to coming from another source that can cause other problems for themselves and us. But what we see from the report is that, let me see, it doesn't belong to Keshe Foundation, but we can put it. It's called 3rd of June, COVID-19 density. The leading nation in cases per million as ratio of people, as they have only 3 million population and they had 62 people, and they have 62,000 cases. It's equivalent to population of 22,000 from outside. When we look at the death rate in per population per million, in the first one, which is the cases, which shows the ratio of population, Qatar is first. Qatar is one of the leading with 3 million population. They have 62,000 infection. And then is Singapore with 36,000 is a very high ratio of it. And when you look at China and the rest, because of their population number, everything drops to very little comparison in million per population. The death rate from Corona, Belgium leads with 12 million people. They had 9,523 dead. death per million is 800 people per million died. Is the highest in the world. And even US is somewhere down 8th, 9th ranked with 331 million. They had 108,000 dead. It's around about 325. More or less, if you look at it roughly, 3 times more people have died in Belgium by ratio to United States. And then when you look at it with a state like Iran at 84 million population with 8,000 deaths, at 95 is 10% of the Belgium. When we call to what we call recovered, it gets really bad. Qatar has got 13,000 recovered, which means we have a higher death rate in the time to come. And the active ones and the tested one, it is absolutely amazing how nations have tested. In some islands, they just randomly pick people on the street. And in some countries, they just invite those who know they don't have it, just to fiddle with the numbers. And in any case, we passed 5 million, and we passed more or less 1 million deaths. Long time ago. We passed 1 million deaths the first 2 weeks in China. But we don't talk. And in so many ways, we are ready to change. And it's a good run for man to learn how we handle viruses. We got a few months to be well practiced once the government start using the breakthrough technology from Iran. And then when we meet our fellow universal partners in a different way, then we are ready to accept their viruses. As much as we're going to give them viruses, they are well equipped to help themselves. We have to be equipped to help ourselves. And we'll see where we go. And we go to the same direction. If you understood, try to understand. And as I said, the teaching is more or less every day, 3 or 4 or 5 days a week, intensively going forward. Intensively going forward. Because we have a target to do, and we have a what we call a point of important time to take man into space, and it'll go in the same manner. As we say, we have a rendezvous date and we have to meet it. And this time we're going to take the whole family. Come on, Rick, ask one question and then we'll see, we call it a day. 1 or 2.
Okay, we've got glasses, please. Camilla, I believe is the name. Camilla.
Is it that bad now? You need glasses too?
Actually, I needed glasses worse about 15 or 20 years ago, and my eyes have gotten better in the last few years. I hardly ever use glasses now.
Yeah, glasses do wonders, son. You've been living in it.
Mm-hmm, yes.
Okay, have we heard anything from the Chinese? Do they have anything? We have, it's unusual not to hear from. Carry on.
Hi, Mr. Cash.
Yes, hello.
Actually, I wrote my question, but I want to read it again. I want to know what is your vision for the next 3 years or more. So I don't know, just I'm new with this science and knowledge. And
I
I
can
want to
guess
set a
where you're
balance
from, but do you
between
want us to tell us who you are, where you're from? That's our tradition. Who are you?
I'm
Where are
from
you?
Iran.
Yes, I
I'm
get
Kimia
that.
from Iran.
Yes, okay. Our vision is very simple. It's laid out very clearly. We will see. We'll see world peace. We already entered it. We just matter of polishing it. Some nations will clean up their own house for what they've done wrong before, but that's their internal war between themselves, not us, as we see in the United States. Otherwise, it's cleanup time for themselves. Progressively, we see the evolution in science and technology, and a lot of things in the next 3 to 5 years will not be what we know today. Mainly, we will not see armies. We will see eradication of military forces due to 2 or 3 factors. The knowledge brought out and will bring out will make the present arms obsolete. Secondly, the present situation in the world does not allow no nation to buy arms. They cannot afford it, unless there are corrupt nations who try to just put some money in the bank, doesn't matter what the nation does. Then we see eradication of hunger in next 3 to 5 years. I had this discussion in the teaching last Tuesday that talking about the satellites. In fact, the Keshe Foundation does not need to rely on satellites. You have the technology much better than satellites. The system which you develop will fly and supply the energy needed for food. Satellites in reality become obsolete in that sense. But at the same time, we see eradication of total and absolute eradication of use of fossil fuel. Very soon, very rapidly, we will see the end of use of fossil fuel. Because once the new technology on the magnetic and the gravitational field released, people will take the engines out of their cars. So simple. This is what we're going to do, hopefully, in a very short time in Iran in the university. This is one of the first projects I wanted to be in it. It's on the table of the work the university wants to do. And I said, I'm in it. And with the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers, we want to bring a special system out, and I'm in it for everything which is going to be. So we see many oil tankers you see on the high seas, they'll stay there. They rot and they pollute, so we have to plan for them. It's the beauty of what we'll get back. We'll see by reduction in the use of what we call fossil fuel, a lot of changes. We see new illnesses due to change of atmosphere because we go back to more cleaner atmosphere and we are not used to it. We see the end of the drugs and drug trafficking in the next 3 to 5 years. We do not see anything in that line. What I see is the end of what we call the present propulsion flights as we introduce more and more new flight systems because become obsolete by their nature. What I see, mankind will keep the space station as a memory of good old days very soon because man will move beyond space into Mars and Moon and beyond solar system in a matter of minutes. We see the end of kingship and leadership. It will become a collective human race to support itself. I see the end of hungers through the process, as I explained, and the same medicine. What I see, it's very simple, is the fact what I know my technology have. And in fact, we see the world governments will change to it because of the corona. Corona wasn't that bad. It brought a lot of good things. What we see is more or less the crash in the property market. People will give you their houses to live in it. Because with the present knowledge and what is to come in next 5 to 10 years, people do not need to live in crowded cities. It'll be an option. What we see, one of the first things in the next maybe 2 to 3 years is part of the program of the Keshe Foundation, what we're working in the background, is end to mining. That will come very, very fast. And the beginning of it is already set up in Arizona testing centers, which means we do not go into the resources to deplete and destroy the farms, the gardens, and the yards, and the jungles, and whatever. We will have respect for the planet. The knowledge will come through transfer of the fields. We don't let the earth to do. In so many ways, I see the end of slaughtering animals. That is one of the first things mankind will stop. Then nature will find its own balance. And this is due to be able to deliver food or what we call energy for life will eradicate the use of animals. This is 100% sure will be on the card. On the other hand, we'll see the end of use of and destruction of the planet. These all will come together. Now that we started, especially with Corona, now the technology comes, people have to accept it because of the Corona. And as it comes, we accepted that it works, we start building. The research and development in the new technology of the plasma and understanding of the world of the universe will change that rapidly. What I see is colonization. Man will start colonizing very, very fast. We go to New York for the best restaurant. We go to Mars for a coffee and back. These are not dreams. These are what is on the card. You will see it. We'll make these places to fit us as living. As we have created the Dome of Peace, we created the Dome of Life, living on a different planet. In so many ways, we will see entrepreneurs will not open beautiful restaurants and service stations. They build these centers across in different routes that people can and watch the beauty of the creation. Mankind's way of working will change in the next 20 years. None of us will work because we have to work to live. We will work with the pleasure of it. We all become scientists and we all become devoted to serve. Because everybody else is busy doing nothing and everybody else will do what they like. I don't wish it. I know what is to come. We'll see a new life, new cycle. I see a new birth, and that birth will change everything which comes with it. Birth of new cycle for man. And with it will come a birth of new cycle for the whole of the universe. We are the tiniest dust, but we become the important dust. I see a lot, end of religions, because every man become religious to the order of the correct order. We believe through the soul of ours, and we see what the prophets saw. We live by their ethos, not but us talking about it. There is one thing for sure, and that's for sure 100%. We'll see a lot of marriages, intermarriages between the mankind and other races who were here too shy to show themselves. Because now man has quieted, man has matured, we will see that. They will not hide in the clothes of man, they'll be themselves. And this will bring a lot of shock to a lot of us, because we don't eat them, we don't see them as food. In so many ways, we have changed the course of humanity, and we'll see how human race will respond to it. My vision is very simple, because I know what I brought, and I know what I planned, and I know what I'm delivering, and I know what I want to get for it. And there's one thing for sure, I will die in the most beautiful place in the universe, in the physical dimension. Any other question?
Lucas says in the Q&A, you just made a man very happy right now. Thank you very much for that. My dream coming true.
This is the reality for mankind. You better get ready for it. Get in touch with your everywhere, anyway. It's small chat shows on the videos, on the radio, it's small chat shows, radio stations, or whatever. Ignore. We have to undercut the powers. And then we have CUTs. We have the most powerful scientific organization behind us. We have one of the most powerful, correct men in the world of developing technology behind us. And we have millions of Keshe Foundation knowledge. If we cannot deliver this now, forget about it, about our grandchildren. We have created the slaves to those who want to bring everything they can. Any other question? If our leaders and us go the correct way, the true land of milk and honey is the right. It's just how we set it out. How we plan it, how we decide in how it will come. And the knowledge is there, the beauty of the knowledge is there. Yes, I've been told here, you have a second question, second part of your question.
Yes, I see that's been brought up, and I'm not sure if you, I thought you sort of answered that, but maybe you could address it. Which goes, what would you do if you were in our shoes and you found out about the new science? Would you leave everything behind just to seek more into it and find out more? Or do we have time to set a balance?
What does that mean?
A balance between our past and the future that we just found out about.
We can't bring a balance between the past and the future. Mankind has to close its eyes to its past. We've done so much wrong, it's literally impossible to put all of it right. As we say in English, let us start with a clean sheet, but still know there is something underneath of it. You cannot do, we've done so much wrong. Mankind has literally done everything in the books of the Creator wrong with it, he's done it. And as I always said, a father has to be forgiveful. And all of us have to become fathers and forgive and forget the past. When we become what we become, we gotta forget with what I hear all the time. Do you know what the Turks have done with the Armenians? They slaughtered us. Okay. Are we gonna carry this for under 10,000 years? Are we gonna say, happened? Our forefathers were stupid, we are not. Believe us one. Are we gonna get all the battering of our races and colors and everything else with us? Or we say, okay, it was how we were brought up, we matured. We got to forget, take the best of the past. I don't think mankind should ever write a history book which has any wars in it. Killing and the rest. Show off the beauty of what history brought when they joined, the whole thing has done. If it was still in the hand of Mitra, the way the Persian Empire and Roman Empire became one, that they don't even knew which soldier is from where, that was the bigger plan. You got to understand, there is, a lot of people don't understand it, but we have to explain it, and they keep on saying, don't say you don't understand. Nobody understands. Let us tell you why. If the Persian Empire and the Roman Empire got in peace because they didn't need each other, but because of their size, every nation knew they can't match, so they joined and they became bigger. It's a pure, and they were treated a just way. If we would have carried with Mithraism and the way we brought it from Persia across, there would have been never these conditions. We had the stupidity of whatever calling themselves kings, but bringing the correct leadership was the key. So we take the best parts, how we enjoy the presence of the Italians in Iran and Iranians in Italy and the rest of it. If you read the history written by Europeans, it's always war. Because they're so small as a continent that they have to show they're big. They invaded everybody. If you look at the European continent, has invaded the whole of the world. The tiniest, smallest countries invaded everywhere, and they killed and they killed. And if you see that the only nations which are very much highly involved in weapons, and the same thing with the Americans, which is their offsprings. They just transferred it to bigger buildings to build more. Mankind has to forget the past, has no choice. And we have no reason to carry. Take the good memories, the beautiful buildings, the poetry, the sports which brought us together, the what we enjoyed from the whole beauty of the planet, and move on. The past is so harsh that we have no choice. And the future is absolutely perfect. Teach your children, your young woman from Iran, about the beauties, poetry of Sadi and Hafiz. And the war did not exist between Iran and Iraq. It was so horrible, we forget it. And in time, we forget it. The same people in Europe, none remembers the Second World War. Most have died. We're a generation which can have a time for peace. We can create that condition. Doesn't matter what happened up to now. Caroline sometimes says, you know something, I'm the first generation that I have not seen war in Europe. But I said, you created many wars in other countries to feed yourself and not for the others. We got to forget the past. It's so bad. And in a way, erase it from the history books, how we killed and how we damaged, how we betrayed, and create a condition. And that goes to the mothers, because the fathers are always arrogant and too cocky. They have to do something. And as I said, if the mother is brought up the right way, the child becomes the right. It doesn't matter boy or girl. And it's the mothers like you at young age who has to kill that instinct of what we call conquering, arrogance of being the best, and at the same time, change that energy into love and care. It's what you're an Iranian woman, that's how you run. You melt the man with your love and care, and you run the house. You've done it for thousands of years. Build a new nation. And that's what we need to do. The burden of the next generation is on the women of this planet, not the men. How many women have you seen to go to war? How many women you've seen on the back of horses? And how many women you've seen in tanks and aircrafts? And do you know why they don't let them in? because they can't kill that good as man. And as a mother, you have to change that future. Mankind hasn't been very kind using the man. Let's see if it becomes a womankind that it can change that position. They say in the old time it was wine, women, and pleasure. But in olden time, the woman controlled everything with all the wine and the pleasure. And this is what the mankind has forgotten. Because we respected, and when we lost the respect for each other, we became men. And in so many ways, by turning the table back into the hand of women, we brought the balance in, and it will never change again. This is why we put two in realm. Because if one falls, the other one is there, the other one becomes imbalanced. In so many ways, man as a human has to understand there is more to gain with love and care and giving than in taking and killing. And that's the job of women. Men always have to be something important. Play war games and football games. And it's a woman who makes that man to be a good footballer, but is still a kind man. And there'll be no war. Thank you very much for coming. Any other question?
We have one more open question in the Q&A from Liliana.
Have you noticed our numbers dropped off? All the men left.
Well, that can happen.
We are still here. That's what it counts.
Liliana asks, the three levels
You
of
see, Rick is lost for words. Lily. Okay, carry on.
Another lady, Liliana, is asking, the three levels of the Maghreb represent the three internal reactors that we have in the body?
No.
Okay.
This is exactly your cup. But we have put in, this is your nano coating, this is your copper. But what we done, we have the two plates here together. So you have in all. This is how it sits. That's how it looks, depends how you turn it. And you tell me, where does the soul sit in this? Any other question? I have to show something, otherwise that's it. They show everything. Any other questions? Shall we call it a day?
I think we've exhausted the immediate questions here. Thank you very much.
Have we managed to bring man to the halt?
I'm somewhat doubtful that that's all going to happen overnight, but you never know. Miracles are happening every day now.
Yep. Bring your governments in. We are prepared to handle them with a peace and love and care and start a new process. You got to understand, if you can get the nations talking and bring Iran, and we all of us do it, we push the humanity to the next level. Because now we know the gas, then we do the space with it, then we do the agriculture with it, then we feed the money. The amount of energy and finance will go through it will blow everything up. But be careful that some people just jump in that just because it's good, let's make some money. One of the most beautiful things you got to remember is, just 1 second, please. I have to. We can use this opportunity to make a lot of changes. And there's enough of us as a mass in Keshe Foundation to bring that change in. And let's see where we go and how we go. Thank you very much for today. And I hope we learned a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. As Ursula says, this is what I was waiting for my whole life. Gratitude. Okay, thanks everyone for attending the 331st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, June 4th, 2020. Thank you so much, Mr. Keshe, for today's teaching. And we look forward to both the testimonials meeting coming up on Monday at 8 p.m. Central European Time, and also the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Central European.
You're getting all these times right, huh?
7 a.m. for me, and I had to translate that to Central European. And my translator wasn't working so good at the time. All right. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you next time around. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshfoundation.org/donate